in the year. I feel like it's gonna get snubbed for awards. I think it deserves some awards. I think it was a really good game.
I think it deserves a couple awards. Is it game of the year? No, I don't think it's gonna be game of the year or anything.
Well, I
like
don't think it's GOTY, but
no. But
I don't know what
was a very fun game.
But it was very fun. Yeah,
it was a very fun game, and it actually added a couple of things to the kind of Metroidvania landscape of games that I think need to be implemented in future games and everything like that. Which I think is, hopefully they at least somewhat notified for that. So, that'd be nice though.
The problem is, I mean, Metroidvania genre, for lack of a better phrase, I'm not sure I'd call it a genre into itself, but the genre Metroidvania games has been a hardcore renaissance, and I'm not sure. I mean, it's definitely very good, but I'm not sure if it really moved the thing forward, because no one talks about this game, but they keep talking about Silk Song and how it's not getting announced.
Well, no, I'm not saying that it reinvented the wheel or anything like that, but I'm just saying there are some features in the game that they implemented that I was like, dude, this would be amazing in some other Metroidvania games that I've played and everything that I've either gone back to playing, or if they come out and they don't have it, I'm gonna be like, oh, come on, guys, missed opportunity there.
I will say the platforming in it was pretty goddamn good.
Oh yeah, dude,
like,
the platform was
usually
amazing.
Good for a Metroidvania. Like,
it was
I
amazing.
feel like they haven't been as good.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing.
Hey, it's another one of those geysers, but huge. Maybe we could check it out later.
We can see it fine from here.
So how's God of War PC?
Runs pretty good.
PC.
Not sure. There seems to be a bit of a memory issue. I'm not really. I think in the VRAM. Let me see if it's acting up still. Because there was a small patch. There's a small patch they did. Whoa, one thing I absolutely love about this game that I wish all future games would do is this right here. Where when you change settings, it shows you in real time it changing and everything. Absolutely love this feature. But if you look down the bottom right corner, it says my VRAM's at 89%. When it really shouldn't be there. So
how much VRAM does your GPU have?
12? Is it 12 gigabytes? I think it's 12 gigabytes. So
and what resolution are you at? 1440?
1440, yeah.
Okay. That sounds about right. I mean, I don't know. I remember back in college, it was always, if you have less than 100% usage of RAM, you're wasting RAM. So I tend to have that mentality when it comes to VRAM. So unless you're 100%, I wouldn't worry about it.
Well, there was one time I was messing around with the settings the other day, and it was like at 110% or something like that. I was like,
yeah.
What?
Yeah, you don't want to be beyond 100, because that means you're paging, you're using your SSD, your God forbid spinning platter hard drive.
Right.
No, it's still here.
What?
The island near the geyser. We need to get the key from it and unlock this door. I need to set right a very old rock.
So I forget, what did Ragnarok run on a PS5? 60 or 30?
It depends if you pick. It depends if you pick. Quality was 1430. Performance was 1440p 60, but it did have the ability to output 120 FPS or something like that if you had the particular TV for it.
No, it was probably 45, wasn't it?
I have no. Well, I think for most people, but there were some. Oh shit. Ooh. Stop it. Ooh. There we go. Ooh. Ow. Oh. You know what? Rage mode. Let's go.
Oh, you have to use rage mode for the hateful.
I'm playing this little mini boss right now.
Amateur hour. Jesus Christ, man.
Ow. Would be nice if all of his attacks were not a red circle.
You know, if
Ow.
wishes are fishes.
Ow. Oh. I don't know. Why aren't I blocking? Ah, he got me. But my son can revive me.
So it's the fun thing about like having the stream on in one screen and then hearing the chat, as the chat's always ahead. It's like, oh, he died. Like, he's not dead. Oh wait, he's dead. As the stream catches up.
Yeah. Ow. No, come on. I thought, oh, the fire on the ground got me. Ha.
I'm assuming that was a loss.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, man.
Bloody grogger holes. We've got to clear out all these undead bastards.
Oh, I missed. Damn it. Ow. Camera. Yeah.
It will pass.
Oh, God, the enemy's behind. Ow. Jesus. All right, you know what?
Oh, I don't know what.
All right, wait, let's take care of these guys real quick.
You gonna turn the suck down by chance?
Yeah, I should probably turn it. Oh, God. Camera does not work the greatest with multiple enemies. Yeah.
I feel like that's always been kind of an issue with God of War, the new ones, is that you really can't have too many enemies on the screen.
Yeah, you really can't.
It's kind of like a one-on-one kind of combat system.
It is, yeah.
It's not like, you know, God of Wars of past, where it's kind of, there is no lock on. You just swing your swords.
You swing your blades until.
Yeah, the blades of chaos, yeah.
Yep. But you do have. Oh, God, fire. No, I should have gone the other way.
You do, but they're not.
It's not the same, yeah. Especially when with the camera angle and everything.
It's not the same.
Ow. Peace. There we go. It is fun. It is,
man.
It is funny seeing all the reviews on Steam though and everything, and everyone like all the negative reviews are just because of the PSN login. I'm just like, okay.
Well, and that's what's so bizarre about all of this, because it's just kind of, that's always been the case. There's a reason why games for Windows died on the Vista. You know, Windows Vista. That dates myself. But yeah, I mean, it's just no one wants to sign in for shit. So that's kind of always been the case. And so it's going to be that much more painful when Sony's like, yeah, time to take the kid gloves off. You guys are signing up. And as they watch their PC sales plummet. Like even now, people are like, herp derp, no Epic Game Store for me, just Steam. So, I mean,
I think a lot of people. Well, it's also it's one of those things where they say one thing on social media and then they actually do another.
There's a reason why Pokemon has sold stupid amounts despite everyone boycotting allegedly Scarlet and Violet.
Oh, easily, yeah.
I would never say that. I bought that game day one. It ran like ass, but I had a good old time.
By the way, if you're headed to the mining rigs in the bay, could you bring me any slag you find? I could use the material for my crafting.
Oh, I remember those. Armor set.
A good fit.
Oh, I don't have the ore.
Take care of your armor, and it'll take care of you.
Yeah. But no, like and I get it. You know, PC has always been that way for quite a long time. It's like you don't want to be signing into anything. You just want to do this, and you're done. I 100% get that. What I don't get is why people just say their piece and then let it go. You don't need to be online complaining about it all the time, because guess what? You actually could push people to then go buy it, and then that's more money in the big bad corporation's pocket and everything. So,
dude, you know, there's a place called Twitter.
Yeah, I know.
There's a magical wonderland called Twitter where the whole place is nothing but people bitching about things they could just easily sidestep.
Oh, I know. And it's all for attention and everything, and I know that. I just always find it funny. So when I left my review on Steam, I was like, look, if you like the first game, you'll like this game. If you didn't like the first game, you're not gonna like this game. If you have a problem with the PSN thing, then just don't buy it and go support games that you think should be supported. So, but I know it's not
the same game as the first one. So similar.
The animation for Kratos throwing his axe is the same as the one before. Oh my god.
So I was listening. So, as everyone should know, they announced a new Yakuza game, like a Dragon game.
I'm sure you're excited for that.
Oh, I'm fucking pumped, man. I'm super pumped. Majima's a pirate. Sign me up. But they were talking on the Spawncast about how is it the RGG gets games out every year, and they're talking about how, like, yeah, they just reuse assets like crazy,
right? And
how everyone bitches and moans about that, like a lot of AAA games, but no one bitches about that in RGG games.
Well, there are particular games that they will that people will complain about using reanimations and everything. It's the same thing we saw with God of War. We saw it with Spider-Man. We saw it with pretty much any almost action, basic action game for like a first-party developer. But yeah, the moment, or a big one is Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed gets that all the time,
which is weird because they don't share a huge amount between games, do they?
Not particularly, no. That's the thing. So
it's super weird then.
It is, yeah. It's just very a weird thing to do, in my opinion. But I mean, again, it shows that a lot of people don't understand how a lot of stuff kind of works. So
degenerates, man.
I know.
That gear looks like it was free. Maybe that lift can help us get higher. Might be easier to break that ground from up there.
No way. I never would have thought of that, son.
Or
yeah. Well, I mean, and plus a lot of people have come out and said, and by people I mean developers, it's like, look, it takes a lot of time and resources to make, to do those kind of animations all the time and everything. There we go.
I mean, at this point, it's assets that takes the most time out of games in terms of development. So it's not like, graphics per se. It's
right.
Having to do the art, having to do the mocap, having to do the voices.
Oh, especially mocap these days. Mocap is extremely expensive. Ow.
Well, yeah, because you have to literally have these insane cameras on what is effectively video game celebrities. Like, I'm sure, especially after those last
I'm dead.
SAG strikes, they probably get paid a decent amount, which they deserve. I'm not saying they should.
Right.
That does factor in.
Ow. Poison. That hurts. Woo.
Blades of Chaos against a single enemy. Interesting choice.
It's mostly for dealing with his little minions.
Okay.
Notice every time I spin it like this and then do the fire thing on the ground. That's
Yeah,
why.
Nope. That makes sense.
Amir, is this it? Over here?
Or what was it? The I remember with the
We must head to that watchtower on the shore.
I forget what game it was, but there was a game that like the water looked the same as the game before, and I'm like, really, guys? A water
Physics.
water physics, really?
You saw that tweet going around with the guy like, yeah, this game called I don't think it was hydrophobia, but it was just a game about water and stuff effectively.
Hmm.
And like, yeah, the water in this game from like 10 years ago looks way better than water in this new Star Wars game from Ubisoft. I'm like, well, I mean, I guess, but it's water, guy. Like, it's a game that has hydro in the name. Of course, they're going to be concerned about the water.
I was about to say that's the whole gimmick of that particular game. It's literally focusing on that. So,
Back to Thor and Odin stories? Where were we? Okay. There was Thalmor, the stonemason.
Aye.
Enough. We will continue later.
There's another mining rig on this island, brother. Smell that smoke?
Why would the dwarves agree to work for the Aesir in the first place?
That's the heart of it, eh?
You lied to them.
I lied to them.
oh, looks like my package arrived. I'll have to go get that in a minute. Yeah, I remember this. Okay. Find everything we possibly can. Oh, right. I need that to come down.
Yeah, we could swing across that,
I will definitely say, I think my game of the year still for 2022 was definitely God of War Ragnarok.
22.
Yeah. Elden Ring won game of the year that
Oh,
year.
geez, Elden Ring. There you go. The fuck? What, crazy? You're a crazy person?
No.
How dare you?
How dare I have an opinion?
No, Elden Ring needs to be Game of the Year this year, too. Had DLC after all. No, I don't know what Game of the Year is right now. I think it's probably gonna be Zelda.
I guess, yeah, it depends how Zelda reviews. I mean, I know Zelda always reviews extremely well, but, like, I just don't know.
I was kind of thinking Plucky Squire might have come in and been this kind of dark horse, but I don't think so.
I mean, based on what you're telling me, it sounds like it's
good.
It's good. It's just not like great.
It's not. I think everyone should play it, but I don't think it's Game of the Year material. Sorry, I'm playing Magic, and I don't have a great hand to play.
Shocker.
Well, that's what happens when I don't pay into this. Draw. I'm not gonna fucking pay the one. Get that Ristic Study out of here. Speaking of card games, I am weirdly optimistic for that Pokemon Pocket one, the TCG Pocket thing.
Oh, that game?
It could be fun. It could be fun.
Oh. When does that even come out? Is that next year or is it this year?
No, it's coming at the tail end of October. So I only it's like Halloween, but I think it's a couple days before Halloween.
Well, I guess it depends on how much they make everything, how much everything costs.
Exactly. Like, I don't really know the Pokemon TCG very well. Like, as a kid, when it came out, I didn't know how to play the game.
Dude, no one knew how to play the game when we were kids.
Allegedly, someone did, because I feel like they're world champions and stuff, but no one I knew how to play that goddamn game.
I mean, back when we were kids, it was literally just who had the Charizard. That's all.
Yep. This guy did. I had a
Charizard, but I don't think it was like whatever edition. You know, if you technically graded it now, it'd be like, oh, technically this, and it's just like, okay. That's there. Okay.
Surprised the dwarves didn't shut these rigs off themselves.
One or two tried. The Einherjar made examples of them.
They killed the dwarves? Couldn't you have convinced them not to?
Aye.
Into the water you go. I like how water just kills these things automatically.
Huh. Impressive.
That should help.
Wait, so Zelda comes out on Thursday, right?
Yepers.
Okay. So if Zelda's out on Thursday, and you just beat Lucky, you don't have any RPGs you can beat in 2 days?
Man, I only have games, much less RPGs to beat in 2 days. I mean, maybe Vanquish, because that's been on my to-do list for a while. A long game. Pull up I have a list of games to play.
Let's see. I've got 10 minutes later, just tons of RPG games.
Well, you know, as a connoisseur of all fine things, this stuff kind of takes up my time.
Yeah. I mean, you've played what, 4 or 5 RPGs this year already?
I think so, something like that. Stray, I think, is pretty short.
Oh, I heard Stray was like a
Vanquish.
3 or 4 hour game. Like, it's not that long.
Yeah, that looks right.
I gotta go back up. That's what I gotta do.
I mean, Stray might be it.
That's it.
I think
It's just...
Sonic Frontier is longer.
Oh yeah, didn't you get that on sale for like $10 or something like that?
Something like that, yeah. $15. I'm all about them sales, boy.
I thought Best Buy stopped their whole like 2-for-1 deal or whatever. Or buy 2 get 1 free or something like that.
It wasn't that. They still do those, but they're Target always. I don't think Best Buy does them as often, but Target does them like a lot. But the problem is they jack the prices up on them, so it's kind of not worth it.
I'd say you aren't really getting a sale. It just looks like it.
Exactly.
No, that way. I don't remember what to do in here. It's been so long since I've been here. I remember. I know I have to get up there. Gotta smash through there. Which, that's in the right position. Gotta get up. I don't remember how. Oh. Yes, you hop down. Up here, maybe? Ah, here we go. That's what I had to do. Okay. There we go. Found it.
Nice.
Wasn't so hard.
Chop him in half.
Probably had it coming.
Yeah, I think he did too.
He's clinging to the wall. We gotta knock it down.
Oh, great. The one on the walls. There we go. Always brutal. No, you don't. No. Stop squirring. Ow. Ooh. Stop moving. There we go. Cut him in half. Or chop his head off, I guess.
So violent.
Yeah, I know. I always thought Kratos was a very reasonable guy. Calm and reasonable.
You okay, Mimir?
To the blacksmiths of Svartalfheim, the creation of a weapon was a sacred thing. But Odin just wanted as many blades as he could get, as fast as he could get them. With every stolen resource and mediocre blade, the dwarves lost a bit of themselves. What you just picked up there is pure Svartalfheim ore. It won't be of use in the rig anymore, but perhaps our Huldra brothers could craft something from it.
I mean, he's a lot more reasonable now than he was, say, 10 odd years ago.
Pretty sure it's longer than 10 years ago, but yeah, you know, sure.
15, fine.
Yeah, 15, fine, right? Had to use those 5 extra years to get that hole in his chest patched up.
Fixed up, yep.
Not wrong there, brother. Odin would have wiped out every last dwarf in Svartalfheim. If he couldn't use their skills, no one could.
It is interesting playing the game again, though, especially when you know who Odin is and what happens with the twist and everything. You're just like, oh my god, how did you not see it?
Yeah, he's pretty shifty throughout the whole game.
There's the chest. Where's my chest? That's that one. What's this one? Oh yeah, the spinning melee attack. That's actually a pretty good one. I'll use it. That's just a basic knob. Low luck chance on any blade hit to grant increase of strength and runic stack 3 times. Ooh. Got that one. Alright, there we go. Got all that stuff done. Even got the golden crow, which is always nice.
Refresh my memory. What does the golden crow do?
They're Odin's eyes. Remember the big tree that you can travel to eventually? And they're all children across the realms that Odin had turned into Those crows, the golden ones.
I thought bringing the Valkyrie
Nope,
thing was
still remember.
Yeah.
Keep that from happening.
That's a good question, lad. And a troubling one. If hell's filled up again, it suggests that something's been hindering Sigrun's efforts. Or perhaps something even more urgent is keeping her distracted and unable to visit. Even occasionally.
Yeah. Sorry, Mimir. Huh. There's such a big bay. There's no fish. Must be because of the smoke from those mining rigs.
I don't know.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up?
What's happening, spellers?
Not much at all. What have we
Yeah.
talked about so far, Lemon? I think we only talked about
Terrible things have Odin and Thor done.
how people complain about upscaling and how native consoles are not reaching those 4Ks because
You know, the usual show we bitch about.
yeah, the usual stuff.
And me being the contrarian who's aware of regular consumer sentiment, going, "Who the fuck cares?"
I have to wonder though, because like these people run the data, they run the numbers, they know, they're smart. They know the kids, they want the resolution.
Yeah,
They want the ray
they
tracing.
they know exactly how kids think. I mean, don't you remember all those old high school movies where they're like, "This is what high school's like," still, right?
Yeah, they're talking about the Skibbity Ohio.
It's the Principal Skinner meme. Like,
That's literally what Lemon
Yeah.
said. That's literally what
it-
Lemon said.
Yeah.
it's am I so out of touch?
Yeah,
No,
no, it's the
children
kids.
were
The
wrong.
kids. The
Yeah.
kids are out of touch.
That's right. It's like okay, look. If you're talking about like, oh well, the PS4 Pro, or PS5 Pro, it's $700. It can't even hit native 4K. Okay, little Timmy is not going to give a shit if his PS5 Pro hits 4K on like Fortnite. He's not going to care, or Warzone.
Well, it's probably not going to matter too much because little Timmy probably is using like a TCL TV and it probably doesn't look very good anyway.
I know,
so-
it probably goes to 30 frames. You know,
Yep.
puts everything on quality because it looks better that way. Although I am so happy hearing 75% of people play on performance mode.
Where did that statistic come from? Like, where did they
Cerny,
get it from?
I think they got user data. They can see anytime.
Oh no, they got that, but that when I hear stats like that, yeah, 75% of players want more frame rates, but we're not seeing that. Makes me then wonder who the fucking marketing is like, yeah, the kids want it, but we're not gonna give it to them.
Well, isn't it because
Like,
I mean,
come on.
well, I think part of that also has to do with the fact that when these games are starting development, like they set a goal of we are going to hit this particular frame rate at this particular resolution, right?
Yeah.
And so, and I mean, it's a perfect example is Avowed, right? Like that game's probably been in development for 4 or 5 years, and at this time now we're seeing that data of everyone likes performance, and that's why whenever someone says, oh, the game's only running at 30, everyone freaks out online and everything, when in reality 4 or 5 years ago they didn't have that data. And so the Avowed development team was like, no, we want to make this game at this particular resolution and frame rate, which I get. So I would imagine now though in the last year now with that particular data is we are hopefully going to start seeing more consistent frame rates. That's the hope, at least. I don't know. That'd be my guess, at least.
Keep open.
I hope.
Yeah, I wish we could see that 60 just be achievable.
Yeah.
For most stuff. I mean, I like 60. Like even on my PC now, like I'm getting so much more like, if I hit 60, like I'm good. I like my I love my frames. If I can go to 100, cool, but like I need it to be 60. And if I got to use an upscaler, I don't care. Like it doesn't bother me. I'd never.
Well,
I
honestly, I don't think most people even understand what the upscalers do, because like if anyone who thinks that like the PS4 Pro or anything like that is reaching native 4K, like, I hate to break it to you, they've been using upscalers for years. Like, it's just the way it is. That's
Yeah,
how
the
they
DLSS
get them
has been
there.
a thing for what, 8 years, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
I mean, Red Dead 2 on PC had DLSS 2. I was one of the first big ones. That was 5 years ago. You know, it's like we have come to be okay with this because like most people don't care and can't tell. Like, and if you're like fixated, it's got to be native. That's why I've seen people going like, oh, you're not doing it native like PC. It's like they
I'm
just
not
did the
buying that.
test. on-
I'm not buying that because like the only people who know if a game's actually native resolution is probably Digital Foundry. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think anyone else can fucking tell the difference, and they're using tooling for that. They're not looking at it with their naked eyes. Like, there's a tool doing it for them.
Yeah, they're counting.
tell.
They're
I
counting the
can't fucking tell.
pixels like
Yeah,
with a
it's
tool.
it is. I don't care about native resolution. I just want to run decently.
Yep.
If it looks sharp enough, my sharpness test, does the subtitles look aliased? No, I'm golden. I'm good.
Yeah, can I read the text? Because that is like one of the big.
Like, I'm
One of the
OG,
big
man. Like,
things.
I remember on the 360, I was trying to play it on a standard def television. I couldn't read shit.
Oh
We
yeah,
were playing not Dead Rising. They're just re-releasing the Capcom zombie game.
Dead Rising. Yeah.
It was Dead Rising. Okay, that sounded wrong. I feel like it was a different name. Yeah, no, I remember playing that. Like, I can't read shit. Same with Lost Planet. Couldn't read shit.
Yep.
They're talking. I can understand what they're saying, but I could not read it. But yeah, not that. I mean, I didn't really care about resolution anymore, honestly. Once I've gotten HDR, I'm golden now. I'm good. Everything's colorful. It's great.
Yeah, that's one
Honestly,
of those things
that's what I
that
would. Yeah.
if you're I don't know. I feel like right now it's just a look. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be super real.
Oh shit, it's gonna be real.
Like, no, Sony's been fucking up. Like, let's be super real. Like,
Okay.
Concord was a fuck. I love Concord. You guys know I loved Concord. I played like 45 hours of Concord in the 2 weeks it was out.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I liked it. I
Wow.
really liked it. Like, I enjoyed it. But like, I get it. Nobody else liked it. I was the top 1% of that game because nobody played it. You know, I was guys. I was one of the top 1,000 players on PC. If you can believe that.
Was there even that many players on PC?
That was the joke, Lemon.
If you can see me, I literally doing over my head.
But yeah, like that was a huge monumental fuck up, and I think I don't know if you put this on the docket as a whole conversation. Maybe we're gonna talk about more about this.
Oh,
later.
we're gonna be talking about it. Don't worry.
I don't believe that whole number, but like the Horizon thing, like I love Horizon. I may buy a remaster when it goes on sale because like.
Damn you! They
No,
keep doing this because of people like you.
But I mean, let me tell you what I won't buy. Days Gone.
I'm fine with this.
That's not happening.
that game was not great.
I thought
I
thought Days Gone only did well because it went on sale so often. Like, was that?
it's
I
like
bought it for like $15. I swear to God, in the same year it came out.
Yeah. So all the
plummeted.
fans are always just like, oh, look, it sold so well and all this stuff, and it's like, wasn't it because it was like $10 like for most of its life or something like that? Like,
Oh,
now, don't get me wrong. Horizon Zero Dawn has insane numbers, and that's in part because that's been on sale for $10 for like 3 years now.
It was given out, wasn't it?
It was given out too.
Yeah.
Yeah, as PS Plus.
it was.
But,
It's been a PS Plus. Yeah.
the second one still sold like 12 million or something.
Didn't they? Isn't that the whole reason they never did Day and Day? Is because they tested it out with Forbidden West, I want to say, and the amount of money they lost apparently was like, no, we're never doing this again.
Yeah, they did it 1 year after it came out. They put it on PlayStation Plus Extra, and they said it cost them likely another double-digit million sales that they could have made.
Yep.
Putting it on sale, like obviously at that point you're putting it on sale $30-$40 opposed to 70, but still, that's you sell $30 at another 10 million. That's $300 million.
Yep.
That they lost.
number.
Well, the other thing
they
that
lost,
Horizon needs to get right is stop releasing it next to big releases.
even if they like take the biggest L and go like, they announce it and then it's 3 days away from GTA and they go, dear fans of Horizon, whatever, like we are not releasing near GTA 6. Sorry, the game is going to be delayed 6 months. Like if they said that, I'd be like, cool, like I get it, because it happened twice in a row now. But yeah, like the whole point of this was going back to that, like all this PS5 Pro nonsense, like is a lot of Xbox fans trying to go, well, you don't need a console that powerful after 4 years of we have the most powerful console ever. It's more powerful if they used it, it'd be more powerful than PlayStation. Come on.
Oh yeah, all with them flops, man.
It's all the flops. It's all about the tools, man. The tools that have never showed up after 4 years. Like, and then there's other people who are going like, it's never gonna be PC. It's like for dollar, I'm sorry. Like I love PC, but you're not beating a PS5 Pro dollar for dollar. You're not. I don't know what they did.
You can't.
You're not beating it dollar for dollar.
You can't build a PC for that price that will do what that can do essentially, and not anymore. Maybe back in the old days you could, but nowadays you can't.
No, I mean we never had this kind of performance. Like ray tracing, right? Is the biggest thing.
Oh fuck ray tracing! I hate ray tracing.
I mean, you can hate it now, but like I said last time, talent devs love it. That's the unfortunate truth. That's why they're focused on it.
Oh, I know. I know.
That's why the big focus was on it, because ray tracing makes the devs have to do less work, which is good for us in the long run, because if they can figure out how to like lighten the load on a CPU for ray tracing and actually make it something that is
viable,
achievable enough, it's viable compared to like performance, then you're gonna get to where like dev cycles shorten up again because they don't have to do as much crazy lighting.
Right,
shit.
and I'm all for that. I am 100% all for that. It's just that unfortunately for the last 5 years so far, it feels like they haven't done that. So
yeah, we just have to see how. I don't know. We just have to see how this one works, because this is new AMD tech, which is I'm actually really excited to see what they do with it.
I mean, it definitely will be better than FSR 2. Thank God.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, FSR 2 is like workable. FSR 3 is all right. It's not DLSS 3, but.
Well, yeah, it's always been FSR 2, then FSR 3, then DLSS. Like in terms of the better, like which ones are better and everything. So
yeah, speaking of FSRs, Square needs to get their shit together and stop giving us FSR 1 in games, please.
Oh yeah, no, Square definitely.
That's not even FSR 1. It's home rolled, like 0.5. They're just like, you know what? We're gonna down
as someone who loved
cast as 4K.
Yeah, as someone who loved both 16 and Rebirth and Remake, like I can easily tell you, like, yeah, no shit, like Square needs to get that stuff.
Yeah,
and it's fun. It's really funny when people are like, oh, they're going multi-platform now, so that means we're going to be able to, things are going to come out all at the same time. I'm like, guys, one of the biggest things Square needs to do if they want to do that multi-platform deal is actually get like a PC team to work with, or like they have a lot of stuff they have to get sorted out.
Invest in a team that knows how to do optimizations.
That too, yeah. That's
full stop.
And
you do that, you'll solve all your problems.
The other thing is just like Square needs to get their expectations in fucking check.
Oh,
like,
they do.
They just like after Avengers came out, they're like, that game has failed to meet our expectations. So I was like, no shit, dude.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't read the room there as soon as people saw it, you should have been like, okay, well, we need to rein our expectations in on how it's going to perform.
Well, and it's not just that as well. Like it's also a combination of the fact of their release schedule. Like they release so many games sometimes, and it's just like, you really think your players are gonna be able to buy all this, back to back, essentially, like 2 weeks in between? And then on top of that, those games that don't do well. So let's take your Foam Stars, for example, right? Because one of the big headlines you saw was that 16 and Rebirth did not perform as expected. And I'm sitting here going, I bet they actually sold pretty well. We know 16 sold pretty well. Rebirth, we don't actually have numbers for or anything like that. But it did not sell to their numbers that would balance the books because of how bad some of their other games did. that's I think the key right there. That a lot of that was kind of left out of that whole talking point. So it wouldn't surprise me.
Oh man, foam stars the future. The kids just don't understand. It's the future, man.
Kids don't understand, man.
What's really funny is like now Foam Stars is free to play, and I still have not seen or heard anybody.
Ditto.
Oh yeah,
Talk
no.
For the beta, I'm like, this is a game, I guess.
I played it and it was fun. I played it with Lethal and Brian and Iron Cane, and they were Lethal and Iron Cane were pretty drunk. It was a pretty fun night. But like then once it came out, because it was free on PlayStation Plus, I was like, okay, I remember having fun when we were playing this, and then I realized once I played it by myself that all of the fun was from the conversations and none was from the game. Which is unfortunate.
Yep.
I played it, I was like, ugh. And I played like one game and I was like, okay, so this none of that was actually the fun of the game.
Yeah, I played the beta that they had. It might have been the closed. I don't remember if they did one like that, but regardless, it was very. I was just like, eh.
Yeah, it was not a hot ticket item. Let's put it that way.
That's the understatement of the year, I would say.
Well, like Rebirth and 16. Man, I hope they come out with a 16 PS5 Pro patch because
Oh, it needs it. Yeah, it definitely needs it.
We were talking about it because we got our access to it. Hashtag ad, hashtag free product.
Yep.
We got our access to it and we were doing PC tests. And goodness, what a fine game when everything's tuned up. Like,
yeah,
walking around the cities and stuff. Absolutely flawless performance because they put all that time into the PC port. And Lemon, I don't remember. Did you play 16? I assume you did.
Of course, that was a great game.
He loves 16.
Yeah. If you're aching for another playthrough, I mean, I would highly recommend checking out the PC port. It is very, very good.
Even with my 3080 and my the 10 series CPU, like it was running very well. So
I was recording footage on my on my rig, and I have one PC to do everything, and I was recording footage of it, and it was just like no sweat, keeping 60 and like ultra settings 1440p.
Yeah.
While I was recording, I was like, all right, like I'm good with this.
The only thing I do recommend though is getting the mod for the cutscenes, because going between the 30 FPS on those, I'm just like, oh god, this.
It's like playing Destiny, where it's like still their cutscenes are 30 FPS, and you're like, how? This game is 8 years old. We invest in some 60 FPS cutscene technology, Bungie.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's our engine as well.
If you get the unlock cutscene mod, I've heard, and then I've heard the ultra wide mod still runs fantastic.
I don't have an ultra. I don't have an ultra wide. I thought they were working on that originally. Isn't that why their PC port took so long? Was because of that?
That's what I heard, and allegedly. So I'm very confused, like why it's not
there.
Why it's not there.
Tato says 16 was mid, high highs but extremely low lows. 7 out of 10.
Hey, now.
It's funny. I always find it funny when people think 7 out of 10 means a bad game. I'm like,
no,
not.
That's why I rate Plucky Square as 7 out of 10. It's a great game. It's just not,
I would say for me, Plucky Square was a little higher than that. I'd give it like 8.2. 8.2.
I'm fine with 8.2 also. Like I think the game was good. I think they could do better. As a first game, I think it really knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, that's my opinion. There's so many really cool ideas in there.
But the problem is they have no depth to them. And I really hope in the sequel they get a bit more depth to them, a little more. I feel like the Zelda part was cool, but kind of shallow. The boss fights, the mini games, kind of shallow. Like a little more depth would have gone a long way.
Yeah,
it was fun. It was really fun though.
What I felt like it was it's hard to explain this. I felt like it was a game aimed at adults through like the lens of nostalgia, but made for kids somehow. Like
that is a very good way of putting it, because I thought the same thing.
It's it's like you play and you're like, okay, this is cool. Like, I love this. This feels kind of like an old Zelda, right? But at the same time, it's like just kid difficulty.
It's
so you're like, okay.
Strong Adventure Times. If you watch that show, it's strong Adventure Times all the way through. It's like an adult view of a child's world almost through every bit of the game.
Yeah, that being said, I really thought it was a really fantastic time. And yeah, that was just a fun game. You know?
Yeah.
Man, they're giving away a lot of stuff on Twitch Prime this month. Chat. So if you got Twitch Prime, some low-key bangers in this list.
Potato says they pulled out Aether Sensing. I don't know if I'm saying that word there properly.
Aether Sensing?
I don't know. I'm like trying to battle and watch this at the same time.
Multitask.
Are you talking about 16?
I think, yeah, we're still about 16, yeah.
In game Deus Ex Machina. I mean, 90% of stories have some random ass Deus Ex Machina nowadays.
I mean,
let's be real. It's just a new thing in writing because I don't know. It's the last the last 5 years, writing has really gotten much weaker in a lot of places.
Gone downhill.
To where you go, here's a great example. Think about. Well, no. I was gonna think about games. Think about an example of great writing is in God of War 1, right? Or let's say 2018, God of War.
I was say God of War 1 would technically be.
God of War 2018, right when the stranger shows up, Baldur shows up, and he tells Atreus to get under the house,
Mm-hmm.
And when he does that, he kind of takes a glance at something that's there.
Right.
And then later you find out that he has to go back because that's the blades. You know what I mean? That's where he keeps the blades, so he doesn't have to look at them anymore. That's fucking cool, Force Fest Quest post Titan. Yeah, that is one of the things that I heard a number of people say is that some of the side quests, while I think 16 had some really fantastic side quests, there really were, in terms of the story, the mechanics of a lot of them were just too close to MMO. And it's CB, with CBU 3. So
it makes sense. They made Final Fantasy 14, so
yeah, their whole thing is MMO side quests.
Yeah. So
but some of the story, to me, I went through them because I was the story beats were still really good.
Yeah. The main story beats I enjoyed. Obviously the big ones were the icon battles. If you ever see someone say that the icon battles were garbage or mid, then they don't deserve to have an opinion.
doing the Phoenix versus Ifrit in the beginning. At the end of the prologue, right?
Mm-hmm.
Seeing that on PC and just having it run flawlessly was incredible.
Fun. Yeah.
Because even on with all those particle effects and shit, even on PS5, PS5 was sweating and going down to the high 40s in the frames. You could tell,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're starting to get kind of choppy and stuff. But man, seeing that all run just super smooth was so nice. The out of the whole game, it's making me think man, I want to go back and play that whole game on PC. But yeah, so I said I want a PS5 Pro patch because I'm not going back to Rebirth now until
that patch
the Pro comes out. Yeah, just because seeing that difference,
it's
with
a difference.
Now,
it's a difference.
I was oh my god!
Even with the crap YouTube compression and everything, I can tell the difference easily.
Yeah, that was the one thing when people were like, "There's no difference." Okay, first of all, the people who are like, "There's no difference," and they're showing The Last of Us 2, and they're showing stills.
Yeah, it's no shit. You're not going to see any difference.
It literally said it's the exact same graphical fidelity with double the frame rate. What are you talking about? Ugh. it's just that reactionary like, oh look, we got PlayStation and a gotcha. Same thing with like Nintendo, and the people do it with Microsoft too. And it's just like, fuck, man. Like, don't get me wrong. Like they're all fucking up. Like,
Yep.
you know, Nintendo is the least fucked up of all of them, and Nintendo still fucks up from time to time. Like,
Yep.
but you know, it's like who's fucking up the least? That's basically the competition.
No, that's life for you though. Who's fucking up the least?
Yeah,
Which corporation do you hate the least?
that's how sibling rivalries work too. You know, like, who's fucking up the least? No, it's one of those things though with I don't know, with the console war stuff that just gets fucking old. Like, look, I've made no secret that, you know, like I just like with Xbox, I'm like, just make some fucking games, please. Just make some good games, please. It's all you got to do.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, we got custom controller shop now. We got a fucking Xbox Series S toaster. You can burn an X into your fucking toast. That's
Thank
exactly
Christ.
what I want.
That's what I needed. When I wake up in the day, I need an X toast.
I need fucking branded toast to really make me appreciate the ecosystem you've created for me, Microsoft. Fuck me, Jesus Christ. Like, or like the Series X mini fridge that, like, you know, they're like, it's not actually a fridge, doesn't actually function to cool anything but a drink. It's like,
yeah.
oh,
It's like,
okay.
what am I gonna do with this?
What's
Where
the
do I
point
put
of this? Oh, so it's supposed to keep my drinks at like 60 degrees. It's not an actual refrigerator.
Lukewarm soda, sign me up.
Like,
Love my lukewarm Sprite.
it's like just make Starfield good. I'm hoping that Shattered Space DLC is good. Like, give me an excuse to jump back into that game and want to play it and like do something in it.
It sounds like an absolute about face. Like the way I'm hearing these previews for it, it's like it's a single planet, all human curated, like they're actually built by hand. It's not, you know, AI generated, not random generated.
Oh, you mean kind of like Bethesda games are supposed to be made?
Exactly. It's like, wow, because I guess they you know, had to eat some humble pie on that one.
Ba,
You know,
ba, 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 ba. That's the
for the sky.
yeah, I don't know. Like, I want Indiana Jones to be good. I'm more hopeful than I was initially. I've gotten more used to the first person. Still not a huge fan, but I'm like, okay, like it, you know.
If any developer will be able to pull that off, it'd be Bethesda. They live in first person, so
They do.
Not a Machine Game. Well, actually, no. Machine Games is doing it, right?
Machine Games is doing it. Yeah.
Then yeah, I was about to say Machine Games is only developed by Trust More, and they're developing it. So I have pretty high expectations for the game. I really enjoyed the last Wolfenstein games. So as long as it's not like
Young Bloods was really your cup of tea. Huh?
oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I was literally about to say not Young Bloods.
That was. Hey, let's make a Wolfenstein game with live service elements, guys.
Yeah, nope, I'm good.
Just people in the boardroom, just heads going up and down.
Did you guys? I don't know if Lemon saw, but Bobby, I'm assuming you possibly saw that stuff going around about that interview with Sarah Brown, I believe her name is, from Xbox.
Sarah Bond?
Bond, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
Remember, Colin, look, I'm calling you Colin, like Colin Moriarty.
Yeah.
Ugh. So sorry, that was offensive. Talon, you remember it's Bond, Sarah Bond.
Yeah.
like James Bond. What about it though? About her not really
about
focusing
how
on the
her and
console,
Phil, like, they were on opposite ends of how things should be run with an Xbox, apparently. Where, you know, because everyone's talking about how has Phil not been, you know, fired after, you know, 10 plus years of being at Xbox and not really turning things around or anything like that. And then it turns out that Sarah Bond and him apparently do not get along as well as it looks like on screen, apparently. Like they're always at odds for like what is supposed to be like the best thing for Xbox and all that stuff.
Well, I feel like what it probably is she's like, okay, so we're like running a business, right, guys? And Phil's like, well, it's kind of more like vibes here, Sarah. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like that's what it feels like. Phil's whole deal is he's just like, what would be like cool? You know, what would be cool? It doesn't matter if it like works or makes us money or makes us good games. What would just be like a cool idea? You know? And she's like, aren't we supposed to like make money and be a company here, Phil? He's like, yeah, but the vibes.
The vibes, man.
You know, like that's what I feel like it is, man. Like it's just a weird, like he just has the weirdest fucking ideas. And yeah, I was reading in the interview, she said, you know, she had to write a post-it note like saying like, what did he mean and not what did he say? Right. Which is that's you know, a lot of people, I saw a lot of people commenting on Twitter going like, oh my God, what, like, how are they functioning? It's like, no, that's one of those things in business you're taught is to, because, you know, executives will just say shit because they want a result and they'll say it. And some of them just don't know how to verbalize like on the ground level to get what they need. So your job is to do that, is to go, okay, what do they actually want?
Yep.
You know,
Hey, Flock, how's it going? Man?
What's up, Flock? How you doing, bud?
Yeah,
but yeah, like so that I can't like falter on, you know, because that is a thing you are taught. Like you know, I'm not a business major. You know, I went to school for music, but like I did take a couple of business classes, and that was one of the things that we had stressed over and over. Remember, like you're dealing with your upper leadership. Ask yourself what they want, not what they say.
Yeah, suck up.
Yeah.
No, like not even suck up. It's like your job is to interpret and get the result that they want, regardless of like how they put it. Like they say, oh, hey, we want this and we need to do this. And that when they say we need to do this, it doesn't make sense with the end result they want. You need to figure out how to get that end result they want despite what they said.
What business class was this? Like how to be a mid manager? Like, because I mean, at the end of the day, it's always the same thing. You got to make the graph be green.
Well, yes,
Right.
yes.
But no.
One was a basic economics, one was an operations class, and both of them said.
Ooh, operations might be an interesting class.
It actually was an interesting class, and man, it was a senior, like upper division senior level class. I was not ready for that shit, so that was probably the hardest I worked in all of college, because I'd taken one other class outside of that in business.
If it's upper division, it's a business class. I'm sure you probably had a couple classes that kind of expect you to have taken prior to that.
Yeah, they did, and I had no idea, and I was like, why am I allowed in this class? Like,
And
what
they
the hell?
did that.
And I wasn't even aware.
You gotta bust your ass to keep up. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
so we just got to do it. I mean, fortunately for me, like at that point, like all my music theory stuff was done, so I wasn't having to sweat any of that.
Yeah. Exactly.
Which is, I took the class and was like, oh, right on, Flock. Yeah, let me know, bud. I'll check it out later on for sure. But yeah, that's one of those things. They go, you know, if you're dealing with those kinds of, you know, those all powerful presences like Phil Spencer, you know, you gotta get the result.
It is interesting though, if you look at their Wikipedias just about where they came from. Sarah Bond came from a sea level. Her parents, her father was a telecom CEO, so she came from a sea level family, and she got into that kind of stuff. So she's strictly MBA territory.
Yeah.
Whereas you go to Phil Spencer. This guy started as an intern at Microsoft. He is a code monkey through and through. He started from the bottom, went up.
Yeah.
So it really drills home the mentalities of both of them. And you can tell Sarah Bond must absolutely abhor Phil Spencer, because this guy enjoys video games. Sarah Bond enjoys Excel. She's all about making that graph be green. So I imagine she hates his guts, because Phil Spencer is at the end of the day a guy who just likes computers and somehow found his way into management, and he never said, nah, I'm not good at this job. That's the problem.
It's the Dunning-Kruger, right? Like
Exactly.
that's Phil Spencer, and like I do, like I don't want to be mean because Phil Spencer really seems like a dude that you would like sit and go
Get a
like,
beer
Phil,
with. Yeah,
have a beer and be like,
shit.
Phil, remember the first time you played BioShock? How fucking
and
wild that was. And he'd be like,
yeah.
fuck yeah, dude, BioShock rules. And you'd be like, yeah, Phil, let's get another drink, man. You know, and Sarah Bond would be like, what's BioShock?
Exactly.
You know, like,
And that is the perfect way to kind of distill down the game industry as we see it now, because you have a bunch of pencil pushers, graph people, Excel people, just literally running the show, and they don't really get it. And you have people like Phil Spencer who gets gaming but has no idea how to run a business, and they're at odds.
this is what's so weird because because if those two could get to a point where they both use their strengths with each other, like that would be such a fucking dynamic duo, a combination that would absolutely take over gaming. But it's because they don't work together right, it seems. That
That's corporations in that show, regrettably, because at the end of the day, they both would get their goals met if they just work together more often, just try to, but they're not going to. And that it is kind of a bummer. And this is every corporation is like this.
it's
kind of a real buzzkill.
Corporations. Oh, I'm looking at Concord in my Steam library, guys. Can't even fucking. You open that shit and it's like, this game does not exist.
Get fucked.
I still have screenshots. I have screenshots of all my mega streaks. So you know I was fucking sweaty at that game. I have like 16. So the score in the TDM went up to 30. I have like these screenshots of me with like 17 final blows.
Fox says, we here at Xbox are working hard with the best gaming company. We ran an algorithm with keywords to determine a business path and are working to make Stick Drift Xbox exclusive. He sent a lot of gamers seem to discuss Stick Drift.
Oh god.
They're
gonna buy the joystick manufacturer just to make Stick Drift Xbox exclusive. Oh,
we are anti Hall of. Was it Hall Effect? Is that?
Yeah, we do not believe in Hall Effect.
We are anti Hall Effect at Microsoft. We are a gamers company. Be right back.
Oh god, that's so funny, man. I think I have my rarest trophy. I don't have the platinum in Concord because I was not in the last 72 hours gonna sweat that shit out. If they'd given like 2 weeks, I probably would have done it. But they didn't. They give like 3 days. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with that game. I'm sad about it. Sad about it being gone.
But when Lemon gets back, we'll talk about all that stuff. Because ever since that number came out, like holy crap! Like I have all of the posts and everything like pulled up and everything, and so we'll go into all the details and clearly state that, okay, guys, like.
No,
you know.
Did you see the one that was today? That was who was it? Tidux, I think.
Tidux?
I don't know. You see, someone said today, I'm hearing PlayStation invest around 220 to 230 million into Concord, but that includes the purchase of the studio.
Mm-hmm.
Still a massive failure, but nowhere near 400 million.
Yeah, it's one of those things that like because I don't see Colin being one of those guys to lie. Like he's pretty credible for the most part, but I feel like he got fed some bad or wrong information would be my guess.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think Colin is lying. I think he heard something incorrect.
Yeah.
Is my way of going about it. Is I honestly think that, I mean, because he said 2021. He's like, yeah, I'm hearing any day now we're going to hear the announcement of the Bloodborne remaster, and that's going to lead us into an announcement of Bloodborne 2 coming by late 2022. And it's like,
Use caution.
he's, and it was the same level of confidence. He's like, I'm very sure of my source, and it's like, it's not. I'm not saying he's always wrong, but I'm saying he's had bad info given to him before.
Yeah.
And made the mistake of not vetting it the way, he should have. But It happens. I cannot believe 400 million though. I cannot believe 400 million. Even who is it? Tom Warren, which Tom Warren will take any chance to go like, yeah, Sony fucked up right here.
Oh
like,
yeah, no, he.
Even he was like,
I disagree with
way.
Tom Warren quite a bit. Like I'm just like,
Yeah,
dude, like it's so obvious.
Yeah, and it's like cool. Like it's the same thing like Jezcord. It's like cool. You guys work for like Microsoft / Windows / Xbox themed outlets. You're fans. And so, sometimes you let that cloud your judgment when it comes to Sony stuff. But like even Tom Warren was just like, there's no way 400 million's right. There's no way.
Yeah.
He's like, if you look at the funding that what was the one? Probable Monsters, right? Was that it? Probably Monsters.
I think so. Yeah.
The company that owned Firewalk before Sony.
Yeah.
He said their funding for all 3 of their huge projects that they were working on was 200 million. There's no way all of that went to Concord.
Yeah. Well, then,
like, yeah,
again,
so
I brought up that tweet about, and again, we'll go into it and everything, for the guy who actually did all that digging and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Ow.
Oh, there's a Link to the Past, a roguelike. And you get on that.
What?
It's called Dungeons of Infinity.
That
So
sounds
grab that before Nintendo gets all over it. Oh wait, so do we all play Astro? Do we all platinum Astro?
Yep.
It was good.
Lemon, you platinum?
I didn't platinum it. I got angry at the challenge level. I was like, fuck this game.
Was it the square one that talentated?
No, it was the very, very, very last one. I'm like, man,
The last one was fucked up. That one got like
That last one
it's
was
either you
easy.
get
That last
it's
one was
either you get
easy.
stuck on the squares or you get stuck on the actual challenge one.
the actual like literal last level, like the one we had to get all 300.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck that, man. Like I'm just done with the patience for this shit. I'm just done. This is not Mario. This game is not precise enough.
He's like, it is not for me, okay?
I mean, I enjoyed the non-challenge levels immensely, but I feel like those challenge levels did not belong in this game. Like, they just felt so loosey-goosey. I'm like, man, I did not deserve that death. That guy was not looking at me. This is not Mario, you guys. Come on now. But no, I really enjoyed the rest of the game, just not the challenge level. I think that
crap, you
really
got
felt
me.
out of place. I have zero qualms admitting that L. It just did not do it for me, those challenge levels. The rest of the game was great. My only real issue with Astro Bot is that I would have hoped that they built their own kind of lore for Astro Bot. At this point, I just feel like it's just a bunch of nostalgia for, PlayStation, which is cool. But what about the next game? Like, is it just going to be the same thing again, or is Astro Bot going to get some lore?
Ow.
Because I kind of want it to be its own game. I feel like Team Asobi has more than enough talent for that, but I feel like they didn't get to really show that off.
Well, I mean, the game
That's
was made
my
in less than
wish.
3 years, so.
They could have made their own lore for it. I mean, it was cool having the cameo. You save the Astro Bot, robot dudes that are PlayStation cameos and stuff. But I don't know. I just
Come on, I pressed the
hope
button.
that's its own franchise is all.
Whoa, Talon is playing God of War on PC. How'd you get through the PSN login, boss?
Top keck indeed.
I
some
even
people
posted it
top
in my
keck.
review of this game. I posted a review because I've played, over 3 hours into it so far. And if you don't if the PSN thing is something that is either something you cannot support, then just don't buy it and move on. Play other games. Like, that's all it comes down to.
What cracks me up is people buying the game and then review bombing it, but like still playing it. It's like Sony got your money, so
Yeah, they
you're a
still got
fucking
your
idiot.
money.
You're an idiot. Like, what's the matter with you? Well, I think this is a really fantastic game, but I'm downvoting it because of the PSN login. But I did the PSN login anyway because I want to play it because it's such a fantastic game. It's like, you're... God. Why? Just Why? It's like that episode of The Office where Michael's like, "Why are you the way that you are?" It's just, come on. The PSN login thing is so ridiculous for people to get upset about. Oh, they get hacked. It's like, just fucking Steam gets hacked like twice a year.
Well,
like,
so what if they get hacked? Like
everything gets hacked.
You just change your password. You have nothing. You don't put your credit card in for your PSN login. For your,
yeah, you don't like.
Steam
You don't
got the
put
money.
Yeah, it's like, and if you're thinking like Steam's not getting hacked, if you're thinking that Xbox isn't getting hacked, Microsoft gets hacked like 8 times a year, and that has everything on it. Your goddamn computer. The only thing you don't hear about it getting hacked is iPhones. Weirdly enough, I'm sure they do, but you don't hear about it.
So the problem is, I think they're legally required to announce hacks for if your credit card gets leaked up. Everything else is, they're fair game to ignore. For iPhone, they routinely get like iCloud broken into. That whole actually I'm not gonna say what the name of it was, but a humongous leak of celebrity photos was from iCloud.
Oh, the leak of the funniest name of all time.
Yeah,
That I laughed so hard when I first heard that because
I love that name so much.
It was so funny. It was so stupid,
so dumb.
but it was so funny. Yes, we don't need to say it, but it was so goddamn funny.
So
countries don't have PSN. Got to say, Sony's choice for a lot of them doesn't make sense. I don't know what I assume it's got to do with they don't want to like pay the fees or taxes or something for those countries.
So I've done a little bit of research into this. It's obviously not to the extent of big journalists or anything like that, but a lot of countries have very particular, either not just simply laws and everything, but a lot of it comes down to taxes and what it requires certain companies to pay depending on where they come from and everything. And so if a company, not just Sony, every company looks at this. If a company deems that it's either too expensive or not worth their time to invest that money into that particular area, they're not going to, essentially, right? And then the big argument against that is that, okay, well then just don't require the PSN login and sell the game there. Well, that also comes down to them most likely looking at, okay, are we in that particular area? Let's just say country A, essentially, right? Are we actually going to make that amount of money, or am I going to make more money from requiring a login to get some extra data, and then I can provide that to investors and get more money from them and everything? So they juggle all that stuff. And again, it's not just Sony that does this. Microsoft does this. Nintendo does. Every single company out there in the world does that. And if it is not to their benefit or it's not safe enough for them, whatever regards that is, that's what they're going to do. That's going to be their choice. You can hate it. You can like it. That's your personal choice. I'm just saying it's not like they're the only ones who do that and everything. And so, and clearly some of the data has shown that. I mean, when Ghost of Tsushima came out, it was their best selling, first party game, and that required PSN login. Even though, yes, you only technically needed it for the online section of it, I think you still needed to log in eventually or something like that. Even if you didn't,
you had to for the multiplayer. And that's why people didn't throw a shit fit about it, because they were like, well, it's multiplayer, so it makes sense.
Right. So and then I wouldn't be surprised if God of War sales actually do well just over longer time, simply because it released.
Same thing with Final Fantasy. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's the thing, right? You had both Final Fantasy 16 and God of War Ragnarok releasing within a week of each other, right? So, and plus, especially with God of War released on PS4. Right? PS4 has over 100 million consoles out there still, right? Yeah. So even if you are a hardcore PC player, chances are you probably played God of War Ragnarok, at least on the PS4 potentially. So that's just the way it is, I think. So yeah.
Yeah, and Flock says some of them are taxes, some of them are restrictive censoring, which makes sense.
Censoring can be another thing. Yeah, there's always different things to look at when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Sony is in less countries than Xbox because Xbox is the legal loophole because Windows, and Microsoft just has the financial
ability to do that.
The financial ability to just take losses or make extremely narrow profits on stuff.
Right. I think it's important to understand that Microsoft is a whole other league than Sony.
Oh, easily.
Like, in
Yeah.
terms of
Oh, easily.
money they can burn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Which is why, like you see Concord, Sony, if Concord never comes back, I get it. They're just going to take the tax cut, and just call it an L. Like I said, I love the gameplay. I'm old. I like my old man shooters, and that was like the perfect old man shooter, in my opinion.
Down there. I can see him.
It felt like, like old school Halo. It was just very slow TTK. You had to be very methodical. You kind of had to play with your team. But if they go, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do a free to play with battle passes and all that. We're just going to throw it away. Sucks. I would love to see, like someone leak all the cinematics they did, because they had supposedly like a year's worth, at least. So,
Right.
there were only like 3, but I really did like their lore system. Their lore system was incredibly cool in that game. I don't know if you guys checked that out if you played. I think you played Concord, right?
I played the
You
beta.
played the beta.
Yeah, I played the beta.
They didn't have the lore system in the beta, and when it came out,
it was a tutorial.
yeah, they barely had a tutorial in the beta. Like, it was like optional, but yeah, there's a whole. It was called the Galaxy Map, and it was really, or it was a Galactic Guide, was what it was called, and it was like this big map. You go and you like fly through, and like you fly to different planets, and each planet would have like the lore entries. And then as you played more games and stuff, and like played with different characters, played through different weeks, got different characters at different levels, you would get more lore unlocks. So that was a really, really inventive long-term investment thing that I don't think they got any credit for. But there were some cool ideas in that game. Like, that whole team system was very cool, and is a very good way of like getting you to play multiple characters, which I thought was awesome. Because like in a hero shooter, you generally will have a main, and then like if you know the game well enough, you'll be able to pick like hard counters.
No, I just play Lucio. It's always Lucio. That's always it.
Right. So
Hey, Michael, thank you so much for the sub on YouTube. Much appreciated, man.
thank you, Michael.
I mean, again, to kind of wrap up the whole PSN login and all that stuff that people always complain about and everything. Those who are complaining about it, they don't care about the logistics and the business and how all that stuff is run and everything like that. They just they're mad they have to log into another thing. So and then
log in once.
Yep, log in once essentially. Even though they'll keep doing it for other games that they love, right? So
make a burner email. Shit, takes all 5 seconds to make a Gmail. Make a burner. It's easy.
Yeah, that's the other thing I don't understand. Is like, if you're really that concerned, attached to an email with nothing else attached to it.
Yeah, Proton Mail, Gmail.
Super fucking easy.
Tons of free email providers that don't ask for shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, go for it.
Yeah, and don't forget, guys. Don't forget. I think a lot of people do this without realizing it. When you come down to the end of the page to hit submit and everything, make sure you uncheck the "Can we send you a newsletter emails and all this junk mail and everything?" Like, uncheck that right there, and you'll be in a better place. Just saying.
You're buying into the sauce a bit too much there, Tal. They're still gonna send you shit.
Oh, I know they are. I know. I'm just saying.
That's
No
when
one
you
said
just
you
go
as
into your
much. They won't
email
send you as
cloud.
much, right?
Mark as junk.
Logging on to Microsoft for
golden.
COD in a few years will be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't be shocked if they do that next COD.
Okay, so we came here.
So simply this one, they just didn't have the time because it was already deep enough in development. They're like, we don't have to want to add it.
Actually, you might have to already.
Get the log
I
onto
don't
your
know
Windows.
because I haven't played COD.
So I want to say I wanted to go play the the remake of Modern Warfare, Modern Warfare 1, and I turned it on like, oh, you need to sign into an account. Like, get bent. And it's like there's like a cancel or something. I hit that and it took me back to the main menu, so it wouldn't even let me into the game. And it also wouldn't download shit, so I think it might have been a bug there. But so it might already be there. The whole having to sign in for COD though. This is before Microsoft bought them.
I know anytime I want to play anything, even if I have it downloaded to my computer, if I want to play anything that I got through Game Pass, I have to log in.
Yep. Yeah,
It's like doesn't even matter if it's Microsoft or not. Like
the
it's just
Xbox
like-
app just like, oh yeah, I forgot who you are. Can you
Yeah,
log me
and
in? Like, come on.
Yeah, and like-
I just logged into my goddamn computer, Microsoft. Come on now.
I'll never understand that because it's just.
I mean, from a security standpoint, I get it, but from a lazy ass gamer standpoint, man, get bent. I'm just playing some single player. I'm just playing my Forza. Leave me alone.
Speaking of, I bought Forza 4.
Forza Horizon 4.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. This is a good one.
Because it was,
I love
it was
Horizon
like
games.
$11 or something.
Oh yeah.
Block.
So-
Okay, so if the COD games are on Xbox since they bought the studio, does that mean the old Halo games are on PlayStation because they bought Bungie?
Oh yeah, PlayStation made
I
Halo.
wish.
Didn't you know? Like,
Yeah, didn't you know, guys?
Well, let's be real. Like, let's be real. Halo's gonna be on PlayStation sooner than later. So
Yeah, it's peak Bungie. Yeah, goddamn better.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't, it's peak.
all I'm saying is they said this week they're like, oh, we're starting to make our preparations for the 25th anniversary
Oh,
of
God.
Xbox and
Oh.
Halo.
Okay, so hang on. So yeah, I saw that, and then apparently Jez or whatever, he says Halo Infinite's profitable, and I'm sitting there going, what?
I mean, it might be now because they've done jack shit with it, and for how long? Like
It had a $500 million budget before it went live. That was
wait. Wait. Hold
years ago?
hold the phone. We're questioning 400 on Concord, but 500's a-okay on Infinite, and I'm not. Okay.
I wasn't. I thought
Alright.
that was confirmed like a while ago.
that
I'm
was
just saying, if we're being skeptical on 400 million on Concord,
well.
I'm
The
just
difference
saying.
is like Infinite had a whole ass development hell open world campaign.
At least Infinite had Greg. All right, you know.
Craig was the hero we didn't know we needed at the time. The memes were so
It
good.
was 500. I forgot about that big 500 million.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what else, what was the other game? Wasn't it Red Dead 2 was 500 million?
Red Dead, I think, was 400 or
And
500.
that I go, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, okay.
They did a lot of rendering of things they didn't need to render. So,
Well, yeah, it's
do
like
that.
every fucking thing is fully mocapped. It's like, Jesus.
Yep.
Isn't that the way Horizon was? Isn't all of that stuff mocapped?
Horizon 2, yes, and that's why Horizon 2 cost 200 million. When the first one cost
they
like,
still put it out to die compared to Elden Ring. Shameful.
I know.
but
God.
still they made 500-600 million off it with the sales. So
That was crazy.
Poor Horizon.
It's done well number wise. It's been a slow burn, I would assume.
what is really weird is you see this Horizon is one of those like forced hatred things online where everyone has to be like, oh, this game's so bad. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Like one of my buddies.
Oh, who's saying
one of
it's bad though? You gotta question their character a bit.
That's what I'm saying. Even the first one, when people are talking about a remaster, I go, the game doesn't need a remaster, and I can understand from Sony's standpoint why they would want to, because that game has the most uncanny valley ass facial animations of all time. Like it was peak. Like we have not yet mastered the technology, right? Because it was still a year off of Red Dead.
Plus,
So like
let's-
faces were really uncomfortably like stiff and robotic and like dead eyes and all that in the
Not
first
to
Horizon.
mention that one of the new CEOs of PlayStation is literally the founder of that studio that made that game.
Yeah.
Well, that guy's also now known to make some very bad decisions.
That guy also championed Concord, so yeah.
Yeah. And now he's gonna be championing his
he's-
Horizon multiplayer game.
He's falling into Phil Spencer territory. Is all I'm saying. Like,
Well, yeah, like that's what I was saying. You know, we
Yes.
were talking about on Twitter the other day. Like, someone needs to make sure to keep that guy like go. Hey, you sure about that, dude?
Yeah.
Sure,
Well, the
you
good
sure?
thing, I think, hopefully, again, we're so new because he's only been CEO for what, 4 months.
Yeah.
The hope is that their whole double CEO thing now will help that, right?
Yeah.
Because he's not the only CEO, and it's funny because everyone's just like, "Oh God, he's gonna send Sony into oblivion and everything." And it's just like, there's another CEO that's like right next to him,
remember, he's the CEO of the gaming decisions,
right?
Like basically the CEO of software, and the other guy's the CEO of hardware,
right?
So when we'll talk about this in depth more later too. So when the PS5 Pro limited edition comes out and it's $1,500 for the bundle, we'll know who to blame. It's not Herman Hulse. It's the other guy.
Nope. It's the bean counter.
Yep.
The account.
But it does go back to that thing we've talked about where it's like, they're trying to get their margins back up, and they're gonna do what they can to do that. So they're a company.
Yeah, I still don't believe, because everyone's like, oh, they're remastering all this because Concord flopped. It's like, yeah, they just were like, hey, Concord flopped a week ago. Let's get a Horizon remaster out now. We can do that in like 2 weeks, right, guys?
Oh yeah, totally. No, that's such
a stupid line of thinking.
They might also have that stuff on the back burner though. Like,
I absolutely think that because Talon, when did we make the video about it? We made it when we first got James on the team.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Of there's rumors of a Horizon remaster, and I had like a 10-minute video going like, this video game does not need a remaster. I'm playing it. Sure, I'm playing it on PC, but if I play it on my PS5 right now, it looks just about this good. Like, this game does not need a remaster.
Right.
They very well could have had this at the ready for a while, because I know Nintendo has allegedly been doing that with a lot of their remasters and stuff. Just
give me
a period of time where they don't have anything to put in. Let's drop in a remaster.
Yeah, give me Twilight Princess and fucking Wind Waker, you pieces of shit.
It's so weird how hesitant Nintendo is with that stuff. Like, it's
literally every other game is on Switch.
I'm sure they have a hardcore pipeline just set up, ready to go. Take them 2 weeks. I'm exaggerating, but to get something off of Wii U onto Switch.
Oh, that would take them no time.
They have that pipeline. I know
it would take them no time at all.
And yet they still have not given me my Metroid Prime 2. Those fuckers.
Well, my guess is that's mostly due to them trying to do something with.
No, for sure. It's gonna be next year. It's gonna be next year. It's gonna be next year. But
like all educated gamers out there, I'm going to blame Miyamoto because it's all entirely his fault.
100%. The guy probably doesn't go to the office. He just rides around his bicycle all day long. just
smiling.
He's pieced out. He's already pieced out for a couple years. We still blame him for stuff.
He's just smiling. Like, no other expression ever comes across his face.
No, he's just there for good vibes.
Yeah,
he's been involved in gaming in probably a decade. Doesn't matter. Just good vibes. It probably hasn't been that long, but that guy, I'm pretty sure he's like, what do they call it? Like soft quitting? No, quiet quitting.
Quitting.
There's no doubt he hasn't quite quitted yet. I mean, he's getting there in age. Bellular Gaming, right? I like Bellular generally for the most part, but sometimes that guy puts out those videos that are just like the gamer grift videos where it's like, oh, gamers are mad about this. I need to make the video saying I'm mad about it too because I'm a gamer. Yeah, like I get that vibe from, I would say, like a good 20% of his videos, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's like, dude, no reasonable person who understands like how business works is going to get upset about this. Like, but it's the gamers are mad, so I got to be big mad and make a video.
Gamers rise up.
It gets views. It gets it's yeah. I mean, dude, as we know, sometimes you do that stuff.
You got to do it because that's part of the game.
Yeah.
Like if you look at the channel, half our titles like. They'll be right along with those, and then we talk about the stuff, and it's clear people don't watch the videos because a lot of times at least one of us will disagree.
Yeah. Or like if you Inside Games, I like watching them.
Oh God, I love those because those guys keep that shit fucking real.
Yeah, they do. Well, and that's the thing though. Like their title will be the thing that gets you to click on it. But then if you actually listen to even the first 10 seconds, it's like, no, actually, they actually know what
they'll make fun of like the gamer rage thing just immediately.
Yep.
Like they're like the only thing brave enough to say that gaming journalists are dumb.
Yeah.
Like, it's like they understand that it is a rage bait, clickbait game that you have to play, and it is. Well, like they don't play into it in the whole video. They'll be like, "Look, guys, we work in the industry. We understand how things work. Gamers can get mad, but you're just gonna get mad, and it's not gonna change anything. Sorry." Like, and I go, shit, y'all are fucking real. Cause like we say that shit sometimes.
Yeah.
And people have called us like shills, you know, like.
Oh, no.
Like
What was it? So that
Yeah.
Final Fantasy video I made, which talked about Square's, under expectations and everything like that. Literally, my introduction is saying Square's going under because 16 and Rebirth flopped. And then I put like, a little meme clip on there. And then I'm like, no, shut up, guys. Like, what are you talking about? Like, let's calm down here a second. So, and we got like 5 or 6 comments and they're all like, no, they're not dying and everything. I'm like, did you watch past the first 5 seconds?
They're dying. They're going the route of Konami. They're just gonna make pachinko machines now. It's great.
Yeah, they were Billon put out a thing and I left a comment because like I've said since Power World came out, like I have no interest in Power World. I'm like, this is just a fucking lame Pokemon ripoff.
Boring.
It looks fucking stupid.
Such a boring game.
Like it's literally just cashing in on Pokemon's IP. That's all it is. Right. And I'm like, I have no interest in that at all. And so like they put out a thing like this whole Power World Nintendo thing is dangerous for gamers in the industry. And I'm like, oh God, shut the fuck up. Like, please shut up. Like, please just shut up. And I put in the comments, I was like, I have no idea how we got to a point where gamers are going, man, Nintendo is so evil because this little Japanese company that has ripped off like 4 of their IPs previously ripped off their biggest IP, and Nintendo's pissed about it because they're using like not only their fucking creative stuff but like their actual like trademarked patented game mechanic stuff, like, and people are like, oh, you're just like sucking off Miyamoto. And I'm like, what the fuck does Miyamoto have anything to do with the legal discussions of Nintendo, motherfucker? The guy makes games.
Such a goddamn Nintendo shill over here. My God.
What's the matter with you people? Like, and I'm like, look, don't get me wrong. Like, do I think Nintendo's trying to do it to shut down competition? Oh yeah. I'm not going to disagree with that at all. But at the same time, like, it's nothing but a fucking ripoff and a bunch of like wieners. Like, I'm sorry, you're a fucking wiener if you're like, Power World's the most inventive thing and this is what Pokemon needs to do. No, Pokemon does not need to give the player a fucking gun and let you enslave humans and shit. Like, the games are not made, they're made for kids, man. Like, and I've accepted that the problem is that people are like, well, I was a kid when I got into it, but now I'm an adult, so it should be made for me. It's like, bitch, is Blue's Clues still made for you, motherfucker? No. Like, are you so? Why isn't Blue a gritty fucking? Why isn't he turned into McGruff, gritty ass crime dog? It's because it's for fucking children. Like, what's the matter with you? It's like, that's one of those things with the quote unquote gamer culture, is this the entitlement of everything should be made for me. If it's not made for me, it's not acceptable. It's like, dude.
I don't think it's just gamers thinking that.
That's true. I mean, it's a lot of people. It's just a whole
it's
cultural
a populist
thing
at this point. Yeah, it's a cultural thing.
But God, it's like, dude, like, understand that, back when I worked at EA, like, I had to test some fucking games that I didn't want to play. You think I wanted to fucking play Bratz Prom Princess for like 120 hours? Fuck no. I did not.
Admit it, you liked it.
I had to do no. We had to literally find ways for certain games so that we did not lose our minds. Like, I remember we had to do it's like Sim Pets or something, Sim Animals, something, some kind of game. There's a game where you run around. It's obviously made for like 5-year-olds, right? Like, but the payout, one of the best payouts I've ever seen is my friend Dan. Name one of the characters a hooker, because part of our job was to see like, oh, what can you get away with? Because Nintendo won't let you name shit like,
Yep.
Like Big Dick Rick. Like, they won't let you name your character that, right? Like,
shame.
Yeah, they have just censorship built in. So like, he put a hooker, right? And so like, he typed up, hey, like, just so you know, a hooker is a thing that might be questionable, so we want to report this. you know. But the payoff was at the end, you know, like at the end of the game, you're supposed to get all your friends together for a big party because like y'all like got separated, and then you get back together and they decide, oh hey, we're gonna have a party. So at the end, like one of the characters goes, well, it wouldn't be a character, or it wouldn't be a party without that character, and they say the name you gave him. So wouldn't be a party without a hooker in a little Nintendo game for 5-year-olds. And that was the best bug that my friend ever found.
Oh,
he was like,
"That's Hall of Famer right there."
Yes, that was legendary on the floor. Like, we were like, okay, you win, man, for like Nintendo name stuff, because that just the payoff, because it was like the last mission in the game. So you're going through the whole game, like, of going, oh, it was funny too, because we're like, oh, you know, we're looking for a hooker. Hey, have you seen that? Like, but just that, it wouldn't be a party without a hooker was just so flawless, like, so fucking
that's
perfect.
great. That's great.
But yeah, like with Nintendo, like they're very strict about that stuff, and having like guns in a kids game, like they don't want that. They want Pokemon to be like a game for kids to buy into that keeps a young generation getting introduced to Nintendo every couple of years. And then if you're old and you're playing and you want to play competitive or whatever, sure, cool, I guess. But like, don't try to be like, this needs to be a fucking dark, gritty thing. It's like, no, it's a game for kids. You're lucky they even do like the competitive stuff that they do.
Yeah.
You know, like
they try to stay away from Smash Bros.
Like, yeah,
they can.
They could just like flip you guys the bird and go, fuck off, this is for kids. What's the matter with you?
They
you know,
hold
like,
a lot of Smash Brothers competitions in Japan, like legit ones and everything. Like, it's funny seeing the ones in the West that are like, you know, the quote unquote non-legit ones or anything. But like, you see them every other Tuesday here in Japan.
They sure as shit fight him over here, that's for sure.
He is eager to prove himself.
But yeah, I you know, we can talk about this more later, but Power World flew too close to the sun. Especially with those things putting out, we have 25 million players.
Well, and you know, they're not fighting this on they're fighting this in the Tokyo courts. And that's a very different legal system from what most people in the West are used to. Especially with patents. Yeah. Right? Isn't that supposed to be a big deal over there? It is. It is I don't understand it honestly, because I'm not a lawyer or anything, but it's a very big deal over here. What really cracks me up too is all the people who are fans of Power. And like, look, if you're a fan of Power World, cool. Like, I liked Concord. Some of us like shit products. Yeah. You know, like, it's just I'm not gonna judge you because like everyone thinks Concord shit. I loved it, right? Like, it's just we like what we like, and it's cool if you like Power World. But to say that it wasn't just a fucking blatant ripoff, like. Blatant to the point where they were like, yeah, it's Pokemon with guns. Oh wait, we can't say that. You know, like, I don't know, I think it's more closer to like Digimon than Pokemon, honestly, just because it's really not about capturing monsters, more about just getting people to build sheds for you. You know what the irony is? The irony is that it might be the capturing that was what got them. No, that's the current speculation, is because it's a patent, not a copyright. Yep. It's based on because he used effectively balls to capture them. Yep. Which, like, Jesus Christ, like that is the loosest of fucking patents, and if that really gets by in Japanese court, holy shit, we got it made in the fucking shade in the States. Even we're not that bad. Flock, I just read your DM. Oh, that's great. Holy shit. Maybe it's different Pokemon. They have guns. See, that's totally different. Yeah. Yeah. When Charmander has a fucking gun, then we can talk. if he's rocking a Glock, we're good. But that's fine. That's the thing. Send that to Talon, please, Flock, because that's so goddamn funny. I gotta say this now. Yeah. The whole thing is that, like, you know, did you see their game before? No, it's absolute shill cash-in kind of game. Like, it's them trying to beat Breath of the Wild. That's all it is. Well, I mean, Genshin Impact was Breath of the Wild. It was marketed as such when it came out. But like Genshin, when I played it, I was like, you're cutting it pretty close here. Like, you're really cutting it pretty close here. Like, the fact that the gameplay, in terms of, like, you know, the elemental triggers and all that stuff,
was so different. I was like, okay, I can give that a pass. But like the exploration was just, it was Breath of the Wild. Right. So like, don't get me wrong. Like I'm aware Genshin did the same shit. Thankfully, Honkai was fairly different, and I'm hearing Zenless Zone Zero is different too.
Yeah,
but
I don't give a shit about gacha games. Otherwise, I would have tried them out.
Man, I loved Genshin until it just got like so gacha.
Yeah, that's why I don't really care for it. It's like, I'm good. It looks interesting, but like, I'm good. I have no other RPGs to play.
I see Talus stopped his gameplay, which means he's probably getting things ready for discussion. So I'm going to go use the restroom real quick.
Yep, go ahead and do that.
I'll be right back.
All right, I'm going to get another glass of water then.
Okay. All right, guys. Yeah, we got some good topics to talk about here. So I am excited. It's funny. Some weeks you just get nothing in terms of news and everything, or just things to talk about in general. And then this week is just like, holy crap. The world is on fire right now. It's gonna be fun. Be one of those days. All right, let me actually get some water real quick, and then that should be right when they're getting back, and then we'll be good to go. So.
I'm back.
All right, am I back yet, or am I still alone?
I'm back.
Yay!
I'm reading about I was on Video Game Chronicle. I was reading about the TCG Pocket, the Pokemon one.
Oh, the one that will be out this year.
Pretty much like a month from now. I don't know. I've always kind of somewhat enjoyed the Pokemon TCG, but no one I knew really gave a shit about, so I really never played it a whole lot. So this could be kind of. And they're playing like some sort of like speed version of it, where it's like a simplified deck, shorter games and stuff. So might be interesting to give a whirl.
Well, first things first, you gotta make sure you play your Zelda.
Yeah, that's out. That was my other tab I had open. Dozens of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom streams appear online almost a week before release, which you know, it's a Switch game. They leak pretty much 2 weeks in advance. It's kind of how they've been going. And with how advanced the console replication software has been, you get a better experience than you would on the official. So
Fuck, that DM is that's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty funny.
Was it a spicy meatball?
So basically Flock, a buddy of ours who we've played Destiny 2 with on and off, which most of us are taking a break from right now. He says, I had a buddy of mine that I haven't spoken to in a while reach out to me asking if I was okay. I said yes and asked what prompted it. He saw the short that Bobby roasted me for playing D2 and thought I was getting bullied by you.
I don't know, man. If you playing Destiny is kind of open yourself for getting bullied.
I am actually curious where Destiny 2 is right now, actually.
Probably in the top 10.
I don't know. Let's see. 22,000. Oof, man, that is that's a good low for Destiny. Whoosh. I mean, it usually stays above 30 or 40, but damn, it's at 22 right now.
But it's Sunday night, you know, in the US.
The game Cats is doing better than it.
Cats is
Cats. It's a game called Cats. Or Crab Game. Crab Game is doing better than it.
To be fair, Crab Game is hilarious.
I don't know what these games are. I'm just picking out the funny ones.
Hang
if
on,
I'm not mistaken, Crab Game is the Squid Game like physics engine.
Crab Game is a first-person multiplayer game where you play through several different mini games based on children's games till only one player stands victorious. Yeah, it's like Squid Games.
Yeah, it's Squid Game, but it's like physics-based, so that like you get ragdolled around and shit. It's
so it's like kind of like co-op or something.
Yeah.
Or, okay.
I mean, Bobby, take a look at this graph right here. I mean, this is where they are currently right now. It's
the end of the season.
I mean, episode. They're different, man. They're different.
They're fucking not, Bungie, and fuck you for trying to sell us on some different shit. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I love Bungie. I want Destiny 2 to succeed. I want Destiny 3 more than anything, and I want Marathon to be canceled because fuck me, like, God. But yeah, like, you know, fuck you for trying to say episode. Like, I was like, when they sold, I was like, okay, like I'm interested in seeing how this goes. Like, they're different, and then played them, and I'm like, there's nothing different. Yep. There's nothing different than Seasons. What the fuck?
Isn't the only difference is that they're technically longer or something like that? Like they're a little.
Yeah, they're just stretched out. Basically, they were like, we're calling these episodes so we don't have to give you 4 seasons next year. And if you just straight up said, hey, guys, next year, because of the final shape and because we're restructuring things and we're trying to, you know, make it so that our next expansions and stuff can be really cool, we're kind of putting less effort into seasons this year. You're only going to get 3. They're going to be a little longer, but we promise you we're working hard in the background. Just understand this might be a little bit of a slower year, right? Like, the thing is like, companies aren't willing to do that. So instead they try and hype it up and say like all this dumb shit, and then people end up being fucking disappointed and then logging off because they're like, oh, it's going to be different. Oh, it's really not. Okay, never mind. So why do I care? Like, instead of going like, hey, we're going to kind of do the same thing we've been doing. It's going to be a little more spread out, but we want to keep your expectations in check so you don't feel disappointed. You go, oh, okay. You know, at least for me, I go, oh, okay, like, cool.
I mean, there's a lot of people who literally log on to the game to just play PvP, and that's all they've done for like 5 years. So they're not even the target audience for that.
Those people are long fucking gone. Like that audience now is, and that's one of those things that like there is a small PvP, like dedicated PvP crowd left, but they have been gone for like the real main PvP audience has been gone for like 2 years at least.
Yeah.
Like at least 2 years.
Yeah, a console. I wouldn't be. Flack is right. Console PvP users could be higher. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if people are still playing, you know, Fortnite and everything 10 years plus later. I mean, if you got into Destiny, I wouldn't be surprised if some people have continued on. So
it's okay, Flack. I bullied the shit out of Ken about Destiny 2. So.
Actually, okay, hang on, real quickly before we start getting into the topics and everything. So Lemon, as you know, you like Final Fantasy 16, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of our coworkers and people we've known for a while. His name is like Ken or something like that. We just call him Ken.
Ken Kukin.
Yeah, Ken. All right, that's what it is. Yeah, I just call him Ken. He wasn't a big fan of Final Fantasy 16. You know, again, to each his own and everything like that. But the voice actor for Clive, you know, he made a tweet a couple weeks ago about saying, "Hey, you know, it's coming to PC. You know, let's you know, just hype it up and everything like that." And Ken replies to that, or he either made a reply or a retweet. I don't remember exactly which one.
He replied, I think.
He replied saying, "Did they fix the combat for Final Fantasy 14?" And because he's using the Roman numerals and everything, and I'm sitting here going, he wasn't in Final Fantasy 14. He was in Final Fantasy 16.
Average Destiny Roman numeral.
Yep.
Average Destiny player Roman numeral competency. 100%.
It was intentional. Calling the gameplay just like the MMO. It was intentional.
And I was like, my brother in Christ, you main Destiny. Stop. He's like, not anymore. I'm like, it says Destiny main on your Twitter profile, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Got those trials carry going every weekend still.
And you know what? Like I shit on people. Like I guarantee you, I have more hours in Destiny than all of you. Maybe not Ken. Maybe.
Ken does trials carries every weekend. Like I'm sure he's got more than you, but I mean myself.
But he only did it on the weekend.
I have 2,005 hours total into Destiny 2.
Jesus Christ.
How much?
2,005.
In Destiny 2?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Which, damn, I will say, cleared up a lot of space on my SSD when I uninstalled it.
I'm not even going to tell you how many I have down.
170. You all need a hobby. Jesus Christ.
Ragnarok is a bigger storage space.
I have 4,839 hours. That's not counting. I have like 250 on PS5. So about 5,000 hours in Destiny 2.
Lemon, you've got way more hours into the finals than we do because apparently you left something on and you're like,
oopsie daisies.
It's not like my Starfield time.
Oh god, like, your Starfield time. I remember that.
You're just a big Starfield fan.
Did you hear this, Lemon, last year? So Microsoft sent out like, here's how you spent your year in Game Pass last year.
Oh, I think I heard this. Yeah.
And I look at, so like, I think I had like 40 hours in Starfield, about something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Mm-hmm. And they said a thing that's like, oh, you spent 212 hours or some ridiculous number in Starfield. I was like, bitch, what? What the fuck? No, it wasn't. Because like in the app, it shows you how many hours. Like I had left it on a bunch, and I had something like 46 hours because I'd left it on a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had something like 4,000 in D1 too.
Flock, get a life.
That was a lot.
I played Destiny 1 a lot more than Destiny 2 because Destiny 1 was alive for 3 years and I had like 4,000 hours in it.
Plus, it was only on console.
and it was only on console. That, to be fair, I played with MMK, so I had a Zim because I don't like playing shooters with a controller.
Imagine putting almost 8,000 hours into a game.
He says, having played Dokkan.
I was gonna say you really have no room to talk. Right? You put a
I
gotcha
doubt I
game.
put that many hours into that little mobile game.
I'm calling
doubt it.
Bandai.
Bandai.
I mean, you got a YouTube channel though. I mean,
I'll
that's
go
got,
too.
like
Yeah, plus
and-
making videos on it definitely
is there
skews those numbers.
Is there multiplayer on that?
Yeah,
Is there
I was gonna say.
multiplayer
I
on
was
that?
gonna say
there's
we
not.
count. I was gonna say we count the hours that he made videos and the hours he was translating. Because I wasn't doing that shit for Destiny, Talon.
Translation. Yeah, but half my translations was just simply from the Twitter page stuff that was released. I didn't have to go in the game for that.
Still
Yeah, you
dedicated.
just
Still
ran it through
dedicated to the
Google.
game though. He's still dedicating time to that game.
That now counts though. Okay.
It's like I count Bife's his narrating the lore cards. You know what I mean? Like I count that as time
Hey, man,
towards Destiny,
A lot
man.
of cutscenes to watch, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But let me guess, Bobby. Though after those 200 hours into Starfield, that's where the game finally got good, right?
The game never got good talent. That's why I want Shattered Space to do something good. Like, for the love of fuck. I still can't get over those people who are like, actually, Starfield, like, what? Yeah, what you get, like, 50 hours deep? It's like, shut the fuck up.
I got that kind of patience.
yeah.
I got 50 hours to kill. You kidding me?
And I know this is going to trigger Talon, but I remember my brother going, bro, you just got to watch, like, the first 50 episodes of One Piece. And I was like, bitch, some of my favorite shows of all time have like 12 episodes. I'm not watching 50 episodes to see if I can
And
get
your
into
brother's
something.
wrong. Your brother is
Fuck that.
wrong. It's
No.
the first episode. Just watch the first
What
episode
is
or
it?
read the
How
first
far does the
chapter.
50 episodes even go? I want to see
50
that.
episodes, I think, is Baratier or Arlong arc. I don't remember though.
Oh, okay.
It's been so long since I've read the
You know,
original
I can
chapters.
kind of partially understand the mentality because it really gets better after that. But episode 50,
One
Usopp
Piece gets
versus
good after the
Daddy
time
the
skip. Oh
Parent.
god.
That's what I've heard. I'm like, I don't even have any interest. If I have to wait for some big fucking
Wait,
monumental moment that's like 300 episodes in,
Hang on.
I don't give a shit.
Sorry. I gotta address this before we start. Episode 300 is not the time skip. Episode 300, you're still in NES lobby. So your friend was even off on that. So get out of
Wait.
here.
So, in terms of chapters, like, what's the mapping?
So up until the
300
NES,
is nothing.
up until the NES lobby arc, it was about 2.5 chapters per episode.
Oh,
And
okay.
then after NES lobby, with whatever
All right.
happened with
That
Bandai
sounds-
and all that
sounds better
stuff,
then. That sounds better.
it then did the whole stupid, terrible pacing of one episode to one chapter. So,
Okay.
but yeah. Anyway, all
Fuck,
right.
that
Enough.
reminds me. I need to run the master of the Destiny exotic mission. So run that with me,
Have fun with that.
and then I'll go back to bullying you.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so let's talk about. So Talon, we should do this, and then we should do like all the other PS stuff I listed for you, like as
Yeah.
one thing.
I have So let's do the Concord stuff first, and then I've got the in terms of a visual, I have the PlayStation 30th anniversary PS5 Pro stuff.
Yes.
Which we can throw in with
Which I'm gonna be on my shit on Thursday. If I have to call out sick from fucking work, I'll do it. I'm going to bust my ass to get that.
well,
fucking
yeah. So
thing.
we'll throw in the PlayStation State of PlayStation State of Play rumors with the PS5 Pro 30th anniversary thing.
Yes.
Um,
The two Xbox things.
along with the Horizon and the Days
the
Gone
Horizon.
remasters.
Yep. That could all be one thing.
Yep, that can all be one thing. So, yeah, we'll get through as much as we possibly can. So let me just hit the recording button. Going cool, awesome. All right, I'll do my introduction. I have an idea of how I want to show it essentially, and then we'll get Lemon's. We'll get Lemon's take first. So Lemon, once I'm done talking, just jump right in. I'm not even gonna say, Lemon, what are your thoughts? Just jump in. All right.
Capitan.
All right, here we go. And chat, obviously, if you want to comment, we'll reference comments and everything after we get the main talking point done, and we'll go from there. So, how would you react if you heard that your own business spent $400 million on a project only for it to flop 2 weeks later after you've released it to the public? Well, according to rumors and apparently insider information, supposedly Concord cost over $400 million to develop. And the moment this was talked about and brought to attention, the internet went scrambling to find just every bit of information, financial reports, you name it, when it came to how much did Concord actually cost, because in reality, we are never going to know the actual number unless you are literally working at Sony and you are on the board and you get to see all those numbers right there. What's going on, guys? Talon here with Direct Gaming. We got a lot to talk about. If you have not heard already, thanks to Colin Moriarty, he apparently got some insider information when it came to the actual cost of Concord. And again, we've all talked about Concord. We know why it failed and everything, but everyone was kind of speculating that, yeah, this is probably like, 100 million, maybe 200 million at the very most, if you include the actual purchasing of the Firewalk Studios and everything like that. But according to his source, again, we don't know exactly if he heard the numbers correctly or if his source heard the correct numbers, who then reported that to Colin and everything like that. But real quickly, I'm not going to play, it's from his podcast and everything. So I'm just going to quickly play a snippet of this. And then I want to get just everyone's personal thoughts and opinions on it, because automatically, like I said, the moment this was talked about and everything, we already started seeing tweets about a timeline right here. Shout out to Detective C's Platinums, a timeline of Concord funding to dispute the $400 million price tag with funding document photos and everything. So real quickly, though, let's just go into the very basic introduction here for this.
Ever talk about this game again? Because who really gives a shit? However, and I don't do journalism really anymore, as you guys know, and we talk about this a lot. I was a journalist at one time, and I used to break a lot of stories, and these days I don't really grind like that. So the stories that I break these days are usually people, always, not usually, always people coming to me. And someone who worked on Concord reached out to me, and I verified who this person was and went through all of that and talked to this person extensively, for a long time. And got some, I think, interesting information that I can share about Concord. And I think people will be interested about it. The reason that I wanted to talk about it is because some of the assumptions that I had made about the game were dead wrong, as far as how much it cost and how much Sony really lost on it. So the big thing that you really need to know here about this is that Concord cost about $400 million to make.
Oh my god.
And
okay, so right there, just right off the bat, you hear $400 million and you're thinking to yourself, wait, what? I mean, let's think about this, right? We have games like Ghost of Tsushima that cost around $50 to $60 million. We had games like God of War and Horizon that were around the $200 million. And unfortunately, due to leaks and everything and all that data breach, we found out that Spider-Man 2 cost about $315. I'm still in the boat that probably a good chunk of that money was due to them trying to make that live service section of it with the server infrastructure and everything like that. But regardless, we're getting off topic right there. So to hear that Concord, of all games, it apparently cost $400 million is crazy. Now, if you guys obviously don't know, Concord wasn't just simply, made by Sony completely from start to finish or anything like that. It was under a different studio for a while with different funding that was provided there. Sony then acquired the studio making that particular game, and then obviously had to throw money at it to continue, to get it to the end product that we eventually saw. And if you watch the rest of that clip from Colin, he talks about how there's a lot of outsourcing when it came to the kind of final months of the game. Sony outsourced a lot of stuff, which, by the way, outsourcing is not unheard of with any of these companies and everything like that. Like they have their main team working on the main stuff, and then they outsource particular things to other smaller companies. That's normal. Xbox does it. PlayStation does it. Again, everyone does that basically. But again, to hear that $400 million, and so you're thinking to yourself like, okay, so hang on. So X amount of money was spent before Sony picked them up, and then Sony bought them, so that adds on top of that, and then whatever money they spend for marketing and outsourcing, all this other stuff, it's just like, does it really add up to that? And then this is the best one that I could personally find right here. There's also been some other, people saying, oh, my sources are telling me this. And then it gets into your typical, well, my source said this, my source said this. And it's just like, okay, whatever, your sources said something. But this is the best one personally that I've personally found, or at least I found it on my timeline. And it's from, again, Detective Seeds Platinum. Shout out to him, full credit to him for doing all this stuff. But he talks about how Firewalk was founded back in 2018 under Probably Monsters. Then on October 9th of 2019, the owner, Probably Monsters owner of Firewalk, Battle Barge, and Cauldron Studios received a Series A venture capital investment of $18.8 million spread across these 4 venture capitalists. So basically saying that the $18.8 million initially right here, that did not just all go into Firewalk, aka Concord. That went to whatever these other projects were and everything, right? So it's split across all those. This really jump-started Concord, as well as a studio called Battle Barge, working on a co-op RPG and another unannounced game under Cauldron that is an original adventure game. In 2020, Probably Monsters acquired a PPP loan, as well as unknown amount, couldn't pinpoint exact. On September 1st, 2021, the next Series A investment was awarded to Probably Monsters for $200 million, with the lead investor being LKCM Headwater. No idea who those guys are or anything like that, obviously. In 2022, they had one more round of fundraising, adding an additional $31.2 million and landing at $250 million total raised overall. And then, again, we don't know exactly the how it was divided up. So we can only assume initially it was divided amongst, all of these projects evenly, essentially. Says this money was covered over, was to cover overhead costs of 450 employees and split among 3 active projects within 3 studios. Cauldron, project canceled in 2023 studio, remains open. Battle Barge and Firewalk. At the time, Firewalk had 124 employees of the 450, so that leaves an overhead of 326 between the other studios and Probably Monsters Corporate. April 2023, PlayStation buys Firewalk from Probably Monsters for unknown amount after having a publishing agreement since 2021. So if you don't count operating expenses and divide the projects by 3 equally, you have approximately $85 million per studio just based on the venture capitalists, probably more like $75 million per project. Then PlayStation invests approximately $70 million into the game from dev to marketing and up until the game's release. We get nowhere near $400 million price tag on the game. And then some people have been also noting that their own sources and everything are saying it's closer to 200 in total. That's whatever was under Probably Monsters, Sony buying them, and then Sony, obviously whatever money Sony gave them to finish this project up until its release, essentially. So it's hard to say exactly what the real answer is and everything like that. Again, 400 does seem really high. I don't personally think that Colin would just blatantly make up a number or anything like that. The guy's been in the industry for so long. He was most likely, I don't want to say fed, but given a number that was wrong from whoever told him this. So in my thought process of this is that his source heard a number but heard it wrong or was given false information, but then potentially, and then that guy told Colin, and then Colin let it out to the internet, essentially, like you'd expect him to and everything like that. So I would be interested to see this as a side note if Colin comes back later on and says like, so it turns out my source was fired because he gave him false information. They were trying to weed out the the people like that and everything. But regardless, it is, regardless of what the actual total is in the end, this is still a giant flop for PlayStation, and it just goes to show that things are going to get worse probably before they get better. It's an interesting situation to be in.
It's a lot of money. 200, 400, doesn't matter. The game got shut down within days. To be the eternal contrarian that I usually am, I see no reason why it couldn't be 400. I mean, everyone's spouting all kinds of ridiculous numbers out. Big numbers that the human mind can't fathom, going down the toilet. It could go either way, 200 or 400. I think it's a huge number going down the toilet for a game that really didn't pan out. The problem is the video game industry is the biggest entertainment industry at this point, and the notion of Hollywood math and accounting not finding its way into video games would be surprising. and all kinds of crazy shit goes down in Hollywood accounting. So it would not surprise me if it got up to 400, but wasn't on the books. A lot of it was on the table, I'm sure. But I think at the end of the day, this is a humongous flop. 200 or 400, it's going to look really bad in the books. The stocks for Sony are not going to look great because of this, and it's not looking good. I'm erring on the side of 400 just because I think it's a juicier number. But I think it's an absurd number. I think it's probably closer to 2 or 3.
Well, and we don't know. Again, the only thing that we don't know is simply how, when it was back at probably Monsters, how much it was really being distributed. It's not going to make, I think, a huge difference or anything like that, but it could potentially push those numbers. Maybe, I know, let's just say in the middle, 300 million. You still, if anyone doesn't think, oh yeah, 300 million is not that bad, but then 400 is bad, it's just like,
yeah, I mean, it's diminishing returns.
Exactly.
Sure.
In that particular line of business, and when you're dealing with multiple millions of dollars and everything, that's minuscule. Plus, I mean, if we look at other games that have cost a lot of money, I'm pretty sure Red Dead 2 cost 400, maybe 500, which I could easily see that with all the mocaps and everything like that. Halo Infinite was notorious for having a $500 million budget and everything. So it wouldn't surprise me if they did have 400 million in the end after everything is calculated and everything. Not to mention, if I remember correctly, Firewalk is in Bellevue, Washington, of all places. Like, that's not cheap. That is not cheap.
That's a terrible place.
Yeah, that is
terrible place to make a development shop.
And I thought I saw that they actually made a new studio. Like, it wasn't huge or anything, but they made a new studio there in Bellevue, Washington. And then you're paying 150 people, probably making 6 figures would be my guess, to work in Bellevue. Like,
yeah, Bellevue, Washington.
Jeez. And this is coming from a guy who grew up in Seattle. Like, it's not cheap. It is not cheap.
Sucker Punch is out of Bellevue, I think, too, or close by.
Sucker Punch, I believe, is in, they're downtown Seattle, if I remember correctly. Last I checked, at least. Bungie is in Bellevue, if I remember correctly. Like,
Sucker Punch is in Bellevue also.
Oh, they are?
So
okay.
They can literally have gone across the street and asked them, hey, guys, any tips for launching a game successfully?
Yeah, seriously. So, I mean, and it's not even just, Bellevue's not even, the only bad place to have a thing. I mean, like, a lot of these Western development areas are all within, San Francisco, LA. Coast. Like, they're all in the most expensive cities, which again makes sense because that would theoretically that draws the most.
Nah, go to Kansas. Go to Kansas.
Yeah. I'm sure Clark Kent would love to work with Xbox or Sony.
There you go. Save some money
with this whole thing. What I think happened, honestly, is Colin was like, okay, so like, how much did the game cost? And whoever the source was like, well, like 400. And he was like, oh my God, 400 million. Hold on, I got to go make a video. We got to go to the podcast. And then he hung up and the inter was like, no, it was like $400, Colin. Sorry. Yeah.
$400.
Like Concord's budget, there's no way it was $400 million. Like, I know mocap is expensive and they use some real high-tech shit, but they also are using Unreal 5, which is supposed to drop costs and difficulty in doing that. That's a big selling point for Unreal 5, is that you can do that mocap stuff super fast and super, like, cheap compared to traditional ways of doing it. Because of all the rendering tech that's in it. That was like that big Hellblade presentation like last year or 2 years ago. That's what it was all about. It was like, hey, we can take and process these mocap facial things in like 6 minutes and get it into the game.
Right. Plus with that particular game, there's
know.
not that much voice acting and everything as well, right? Like if you want to compare it to, a big huge game like Horizon or something like that, right? That had a ton of voice acting, mocap, the whole 9 yards. Concord, while they most likely they probably had some stuff saved up for their weekly story stuff or anything, it's not even close to probably reaching that same level of the amount that they had to do and everything. So, but the biggest thing to take away, regardless of the number, right? The number is huge regardless. The biggest thing, though, that I personally took away from it and that a lot of others have confirmed is the whole toxic positivity aspect in the company where you were basically not allowed to say anything negative or any concerns about the game. Be like, are we sure we want to be doing that? Right?
Yeah, that's one of the things
that is one of the things that's like, okay. Like,
yeah, that's one of the things that's not okay, right? And I mean, how many times, like, we run a small little YouTube channel business here. There have been a number of times where Talon and I have had to talk the other, like, off the cliff of like, hey, you sure that's a good idea?
Right.
Because, like, we're here to help each other and give each other that criticism.
Right.
Like, hey, we should think about this before we invest a ton of time or money into doing something like this that may not work. Exactly. And so, like, we'll step back and look at it. Like, and if you don't have that on any sort of creative project, like,
that's not good.
It's not good. Like, you just end up with shit because there's no one telling you, hey, like, this vision, whatever vision you've got here, it's just like, kind of doesn't make sense. Like, I'm not, you know, you have to, as a creative, be willing to take that, right? Like, you know, I am very grateful. Like, when I did a score for a movie, it was a friend of mine, his movie, and it was like his college senior thesis, right? So I did the score for it, and like, I'm very traditional, so I did like a very traditional style score, and he loved that. But there's some times where he'd just be like, I don't like what this piece is, right? And so we had to work together a lot to get what he wanted because it was his movie, right? And I had to be willing to have him go, like, I'd put something together and he'd be like, I don't really think that's what I want. And be like, okay, well, I worked like 8 hours on this. You know,
it's also one of those things, I think, where there's a difference between, you know, constructive criticism and someone blatantly just saying, this is a piece of shit, you know, product that you've made for me, you know, get this out of my sight type of thing. Because people have to realize that these companies they're not having, you know, people from Twitter and everything come in and gauge their game and everything like that. Like, so again, a much smaller example, but again, when Bobby and I, you know, quote unquote, talk each other off, you know, keep each other from doing particular things and everything like that, I'm not yelling at him or he's not yelling at me being like, dude, this is the biggest piece of garbage idea you've ever had or anything like that. It's like, look, does this make sense and everything? All right. Like, I get you like the topic or anything, or I get you like this, but does this make sense and everything? And as someone in a creative area like this, whether it's music or YouTube or anything, you have to be willing to look at some constructive criticisms and look, okay, take a quick step back real quick. Does this make sense? And if maybe there's a way you can modify it, right, to then fit or not waste as much money or anything like that, then by all means, we'll go ahead and do that. But clearly here with Concord, that does not seem to be the case, which unfortunately then starts to just give me flashbacks of things like BioWare and Anthem, and anytime you hear the insert company name and Magic, because we're too good to fail because we've done this success stuff in the past, essentially, which is
that's one of those things. It's that any creative person needs to just understand, like, if you're doing anything where you're building something and you can't take criticism, you need to just get out of that. It's just, that's the nature of doing any kind of constructive work where you're making art, or, you know, even if it's like you're an engineer, like, if you look and go like, okay, like, you engineered the shit out of this, but why would people want that?
Right. And
an engineer needs to take a look and go, you know what, you're right. Like, who's gonna realistically use it? Like, it's a really cool idea I have, but who's realistically going to use this? I need to take a step back and go, okay, like, what's the public going to use, right? Like, any of that stuff needs to be done. And they mentioned, like, it goes back to, because a lot of these devs were Bungie devs, that they kind of brought that culture from Bungie, which we've heard that culture in Bungie has kind of been pervasive in the last couple of years of like, oh, we're Bungie, we're going to be fine. Like Lightfall's going to be fine because we're Bungie, and Destiny fans are just going to eat it up. And that's like one of the things that really put a nail in the coffin for that game the last couple of years. Almost killed it, I would argue. It's probably the worst time since that Curse of Osiris, where that was a bad time.
That was a bad time. Yeah, I remember seeing news articles about that and everything. It's just like, yeah, it's not a good spot to be in, and especially when the total developments, not the actual main development, but like the total from getting the idea in your head, talking about it with people, coming up with concept art, more or less took 8 years. I know it wasn't actual on the computer developing it from then until now. I understand that. But you have to realize that technically the moment you start thinking of idea, that technically is when it starts. So was it in development for 8 years? No. Was it in thought process from the beginning of just basic concept all the way until pre-development, post-development, all that stuff? Yes, it was. And the fact that they did not see certain things, or they weren't allowing others to be like, guys, maybe we need to change this a little bit, start going this direction instead. Otherwise, this looks like a project from 5 years ago, and it in some regards.
One of the things I think would have like really, I don't know, I feel like it would have changed a lot is if they had taken some of that criticism, and one thing that I noticed people said is they showed some like concept art. It was very stylized, very like anime style. And people were like, why didn't the game look like this? Because like, I'd be interested in this. And it's true, because like you think about like some of those character designs, like those character designs are kind of weird, some of them. But in anime style, you might be able to make them work better.
Yeah. In any game, it's all about, not all of that, but it's part of it is how visually appealing it can be to some people, right? The reason people like a game like Overwatch, as much crap as I still give it, is that people can really like a particular character. They latch onto that and they're like, this person looks, sexy. They look buff. They look cool. They look whatever. Insert adjective here, essentially, right? And with all the, different types of characters and everything and the way they look, that's what draws people to that game and everything. And it's worked out for them. Whereas with Concord, there's a good chunk of them that are just like so basic, and it's like they kind of look like normal people essentially. It's just like that doesn't really do anything.
It's generic.
It is. It's very generic. It is.
Personality.
Heck, why else do you think the Blueberry character is like on every image front page of any article and everything? Because like. Who thought that was a good idea? I love the meme. I love the meme of a blueberry because I know what it means in multiplayer shooters and everything like that. But the design and everything was just like, really? Like,
oh man, it's gonna be their next Star Wars.
Oh god, yeah. When I heard that, it was in the next Star Wars thing. So apparently the new CEO is apparently was championing the game. So I was just like, oh god.
The problem with all of this is that you guys were mentioning just about creatives collaborating, constructive feedback. That doesn't apply when your senior leadership is very into an idea.
Yeah.
It could be literally torpedoing the fucking company. You can't say no to them because
Game Pass. I'm sorry.
No, Game Pass was a great idea about 7-ish years ago. The problem is no one decided to take a litmus test and see if it's still a good idea.
We'll talk more about that in the next video, or one of the next videos we're recording.
So make sure you check out the top right corner for the videos and sub to the channel.
Exactly. Yeah,
but
you can't say no to leadership. That's the problem. And so
that is a problem
with Concord. I think because a certain super duper high level person who used to work at Guerrilla really liked the game and called it the next Star Wars and invested entirely too much into it, not money wise, but just into different brand synergies.
I think the beginning of it started with Jim Ryan, and at that time the current CEO was still at a pretty high position, so he probably had some input, but a lot of this started obviously with Jim Ryan's push into live service stuff. He most likely got kicked out. The more I'm looking at this personally, at least in my opinion, that's still my tinfoil hat theory. But the new CEO that come in, remember, so PlayStation now has two CEOs, one that works with hardware, one that works with the software side. So the software side is your games. Hardware is, again, PlayStation 5 Pro and all that stuff. But he did not, the moment he became CEO, he did not say, hey, cut this off at the head and let's go back to what, our customers like. He tried to champion it, and it's definitely failed now. And now we're seeing, I would not be surprised if he's going to be pushing so hard for that Horizon live service game. Because shocker, he was one of the founders of Guerrilla Games. He made Horizon, all that stuff. It's not rocket science or anything like that. So,
and it's going to launch against Elden Ring 2 or something.
Oh God, no! It's gonna launch like a month before Monster Hunter, the new Monster Hunter coming out. Which, funny enough, that game is supposed to be very similar to a Monster Hunter style game, which is just oh God.
One of the things I did want to bring up about the whole 400 million number, right? Again, I don't believe that, and I don't think it's Colin being malicious or making anything up.
No, I don't.
But like the fact that we always within 24 hours hear someone go, I was able to corroborate this. Always. And we haven't heard that is what makes me think that this is just not a legitimate number, because think about the number of times where someone's come out with something insane about Xbox or PlayStation and people go like, no, there's no way. And then Jason Schreier, like 3 hours later, goes, nope, I've talked with my sources. I've been able to confirm that. Like,
but I mean, there's still the company's still around. Sony hasn't destroyed Firewalk yet. Like,
no, that doesn't matter.
I expect more shit to come out in the next couple of weeks when Sony does officially dismantle the company and just wipe its hands of it and say tax write-off and move.
No, I don't doubt that they're going to do that. It's a very high likelihood, and really, what they would be wise to do is take that talent and ironically move them back to Destiny PvP, which is where a lot of them started anyway.
I'm more just saying that I expect to see either a 400 is dead on, or nah, it's probably closer to 2 or 3 in the next couple of weeks.
But again, we always see that within like a day, and we haven't seen. And now it's been what, like 3 days?
That's the only thing that's nagging at me. It's 2 days. It's 2.5 days, give or take, since he posted.
That's what's nagging at me though, because we always see real quick, especially from like Schreier or Grubb. Yeah. Like those two guys is always, well, if they see something like that, they'll be like, hey, I talked to my people. I've been able to corroborate that. Those noted insiders.
Although for all we know, by the time we wake up tomorrow morning, we're gonna see that. So
that's true.
And also, it's Tokyo Game Show this week too. So like, I give them a couple more days.
The Tokyo Game Show. We're going to. Keep an eye out for those Talon videos.
Yeah, we've got some fun exclusive stuff that I'm excited for you guys to see on the channel. So definitely sub if you want to see this.
You gotta send me stuff.
Yep, I gotta send that stuff later on. But yeah, we're getting ready for that, so it should be a lot of fun. So I think in the end though, regardless though, when it comes to all of this, the amount of money it costs in terms of for Concord and everything, it's a flop regardless. Like, we all know why.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's not a flop.
Yeah, it's a flop regardless. And I think the biggest thing that people should be focusing on, and unfortunately they're not, they're focusing on big number, which it's not your company, so whatever. If it goes down, it goes down. If it goes up, it goes up. The toxic positivity, I think, is the biggest thing that people should be focusing on, because that is just not healthy in any area that's similar to this. Game making, videos on YouTube, TikTok, it doesn't matter. That right there is not good. And if that's going to continue forward in their other games and other teams and everything like that, that is bad, especially when they literally have bought Bungie and some of that has been brought over. That's not good. So hopefully that is something they can literally flush out of those teams in the company and get back to a better, system and everything. But I do expect it to take, it's not going to happen overnight. Anyone thinking that this is something that's going to just change in the snap of a finger, it's not. It's going to take some time. Most likely, if I had to take a wild guess, I'd say when the PS6 launches, to be perfectly honest. Like when everything is back to the way we all hope it will go. It's obviously hard to guess that, but don't expect this to change. I'd say minimum time to see any amount of change would be 2025 minimum, and it's not going to be fully completely done, is what I would say.
Let's just hope the next live service stuff works out a little better than Concord.
Well, all they got left is Fair Games and the Horizon game, to my knowledge. So Time will tell.
Marathon.
Marathon's
The contemporary classic that is Marathon.
Marathon's gonna flop, Connor, right now. Done, out, bye-bye.
Yeah. I would not be shocked if that's canceled. Like if Fair Games comes out before Marathon and Fair Games flops, they're just gonna be like, hey, let's pack it up, Marathon. Like we're not even gonna do this. We're gonna write it off, and you guys are gonna get back on Destiny and make Destiny 3 because that's what people want from Bungie.
Copium.
I still maintain that they would have so much more success with the Destiny 3 than they will ever have with Marathon.
Oh no, it's not even a competition.
Bungie's a dad game company now. Like, accept it.
Yep, accept it. Stop trying to get the little kids who don't spend any money to get into your games and put the money for right now. Okay, perfect. All right, got that recorded. Concord stuff up anymore. Okay, so we've got PlayStation announces. I just need a picture real quick of I don't know, state of play. PlayStation.
Get that right there. I'm gonna go into debt.
What?
That fucking PlayStation 30th anniversary. Because it's gonna come with the DualSense Edge. And like, I want a DualSense Edge. Because I have the one I made.
That's the only thing I don't know. What are these?
What?
Like
those are cable ties.
Oh, the cable ties. Oh,
and then there's paper clips for whatever reason.
So you feel less bad when you drop 1,300.
Oh my god, you we're kidding. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, like I want that. I want that real bad. I don't give a shit. You can say whatever you want, Lemon. Shill, whatever.
Yeah, no, I mean I own it. Like I'm not.
I'm owning that. Like if I can get one of those, because you know how much those are going to be worth.
Wait, so
what you could resell that for?
Wait, hang on. So you get one controller and you get the Edge controller, or you?
Yeah, you get the Edge and the controller, and you get the plates, like the cover, which is good. Like if they didn't include a cover for the disc drive, I'd be pissed. And I want that cable because that just takes me back.
Okay, hang on. So let's do some initial costs real quick. So a normal controller is about what, $100 after tax?
Oh, I mean, you got to include that. $700 includes a controller anyway. Like,
okay, hang on. So because you get a normal PS5 and a PS5 Pro if you buy all this stuff.
No. You get a PS5 Pro.
So $700.
You get a controller, and that's part of the PS5
that's
Pro.
Part of the
already, so that's already
that's part of it. So I'm not going to count that.
And you get a DualSense Edge.
Okay, well it's just $200.
Which is $200.
Okay, so plus $200.
Then you get that special cable. Okay. Then you get a charging stand, which is like $30, I think.
That's $30. Yeah, you get the stand.
Then you get the cable ties and all the. No, you don't get the portal.
Oh, you don't. Okay, never mind. Okay, so you get the PlayStation 5 Pro with the Edge, and the standing thing, and then the cables and everything.
Controller charger
and everything. So basically, you're paying $1,000 for that stuff, right?
Yeah, that's it. If it's $1,000, I think that is them being very fair. Basically charging you like a $30 charge for the cool color, right? Quote unquote.
Yeah. So, and then if
it's $1,100, I'm like, that makes more sense because they're trying to ream people. If it's $12, if they go like 15,
Block says the console doesn't come with the Edge. He says the Edge is separate.
Like, if they go past $1,100, they'll price me out. Like I can justify to myself going $1,100, 30th anniversary. If there's 12,000 systems.
So bottom, okay. But
sounds like you're just not pro enough.
I think, but Flock is saying the Edge is not sold with the PS5 Pro.
The Flock is sold with the Pro bundle. It is. Yes, it is.
Hang on. The collection will include special 30th anniversary editions of PlayStation 5. So the 30th anniversary PS5 digital edition will include a console colored, like the original PlayStation, along with a matching DualSense, a console cover for the disc, which is sold separately, a vertical stand, a poster, one of 30 possible designs, an original PlayStation cable connector housing, 4 PlayStation cable ties, a sticker, and a paperclip.
A single paperclip.
A single paperclip, right? The 30th anniversary PS5 Pro will include the same accessories as well as the DualSense Edge and DualSense charging station.
Motherfucker!
Yeah, so the PlayStation 5 Pro comes with the Edge. The normal PlayStation 5 does not. Okay.
Yes.
Sony
The
says that
Pro
each
comes with the
30th anniversary PS5 Pro will have a number on it, and the console will be limited to 12,300 units. Why don't you say 12,000? What's 12,300? Like
It was released on December 3rd, the PlayStation.
It says 300 more than 12,000. On it.
Okay,
Keep up.
so that's why essentially.
Keep up.
So, according
No,
to this,
it comes with both. That's why you get
it
the
comes
dual
with both.
charger.
It comes with both.
slot.
It says the 30th anniversary PS5 Pro includes all the same accessories, which would include the vertical stand, the disc drive, a normal controller.
Comes with a stand? Oh God, then that's gonna be an easy 1100.
DualSense Edge, and a DualSense charging station, which charges 2 controllers, if I remember correctly, right?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what you get right there. That's what you get. So anyway, let me get some more water real quick, and we'll go straight into it. I don't want to keep lemon up too much.
Damn it, Lemon, you and your job.
Goddamn jobs, man. I fucking hate having to go make money. I like the charging cable, but I hate it at the same time because I hate cables that have those big old massive like tumors on them. So it's like it's a bitch plugging them into like a really tight computer or something. But it looks really cool.
Oh yeah, but you're not gonna. I would hope you wouldn't use that for anything but your PlayStation.
No, well, I'm just trying to think back on the PlayStation, the front of the PlayStation. I think that might cover your other USB port in the front. So you might be SOL.
That's actually true. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, one USB.
Because they cover it on the other side.
Yeah, because like they're right next to each other. Which, full disclosure, I don't think I've ever plugged that USB-A. Yeah, ever used that USB-A.
I type in Horizon remaster / remake into Twitter, and everything comes up as saying, instead of a remaster of that, we could be getting Infamous and God of War and Killzone and all this other stuff. And I was like, not with permanent.
Except the remaster of Horizon is probably super low cost.
Yeah, it's a lot easier for them to make. Yeah, as much as I would personally love Infamous over that. Yeah,
if they took like all I see they having to do with the Horizon is just take the facial animations they already have and then just clean them up with the new tech they have.
Yeah, and most likely also.
I can't see them doing much else than that. I don't know what they would do outside of that.
The only other thing I could potentially think of is they simply add maybe they clean up like some like the weapon wheel stuff potentially, or just little things like that. But yeah.
I guess, but I mean that didn't even change much between.
Well, I mean, I more mean maybe like I have to go back and play it, but potentially like maybe the buttons that you press or something like that, or little shadows here, or whatever. Again, little itty bitty things that don't take that long to do. Talon wants Infamous remaster so you can betray Zeke again.
Talon wants Killzone and Infamous because
yes,
because the PS3
yes.
Wait,
the PS3 is peak gaming.
He wants Killzone 2 and 3. We aren't talking about 1.
Oh yeah, no, okay, yeah. So we have
Shadows Fall. Is that?
Oh God,
Shadowfall is how I know Guerrilla Games are filling it in.
Get that shit out of here.
He wants Uncharted Golden Abyss.
Oh yeah.
Was that a PSP game or the PS Vita?
Yeah, it was a Vita.
It was a Vita.
Vita game.
Yeah.
That was one of 2 Vita games I ever played. That and the Little Big Planet game.
Which Uncharted, I think that wasn't that the Ben Studio also.
I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
Yes, I heard that. Like, well, they made that game too. Holy crap!
What is Ben Studio? Oh yeah, that's rumored about the whole Days Gone.
Yeah,
Days Gone.
Probably get up.
All right, so let's do this one.
All right, so hang on, just let me make sure I've got all the. So make sure I got everything. I've got not the Nintendo stuff. We got 30th anniversary, state of play rumor for next week, Horizon remaster, and Days Gone remaster for PS5. Got so far for that? Am I missing anything else?
What now? Sorry, I was breaking up.
Oh. So we have the PlayStation 30th anniversary, state of play rumor, Horizon, and Days Gone remasters. Anything else I'm adding in this particular topic?
No, that's good for PlayStation, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
it sounds good to me.
All right, cool. Oh boy, it has been a week for PlayStation. Man, it has been a roller coaster. Up, down, and all around. And now we've got literally like 5 things thrown at us once. And it's giving me just, it's tongue twisting me right now. I can't even speak right now because, oh my gosh, we go from having the Concord taken down, we get Astro Bot, we then go into the PlayStation 5 Pro, we then go into remasters of games that people don't want, although for some reason a small minority want a particular remaster, and now we're hearing about a state of play rumor and everything, which does somewhat make sense due to the month that we're in right now, but it is just absolutely crazy. So we've got to cover a lot of stuff here. So if you're not subbed to the channel already, sub to Direct Gaming because we make a lot of awesome content and we want you to watch it. So, but the first big news after the initial PlayStation 5 Pro announcement, which online did not go the way I think Sony wanted it to, but again, that is marketed towards the people who want the highest end of consoles. They don't care about PC gaming. They want to be able to plug and play on their couch, and that's for them. And guess what? You know, that's just not marketed towards most of us. I'm not going to be buying one. I know people who are going to be buying one. So it's just the way it is, especially I find if you're in other countries, that's just unfortunately the way it is. But as of like a couple days ago, we see that we are now getting a PlayStation 30th anniversary collection of consoles, including a gray PS5 digital and PS5 Pro. And yes, all these pictures that you are seeing right here on screen in some form or fashion is going to include all this. So let's take a look at exactly what we are getting. So you can buy 1 or 2 consoles, and then those come with a bundle of things essentially, okay? So you can either buy the normal 30th anniversary PS5 digital edition, which will include a console colored like controller. It will come with a console cover for the disc drive and a vertical stand, a poster, 1 out of 30 designers apparently, an original PlayStation style cable connector housing, 4 PlayStation shape cable ties, a sticker, and 1 single paperclip. That is this right here that you're seeing on screen right now, okay? So make sure you get those paper clips because otherwise you'll never be able to find them ever again. If you want to go for the PlayStation 5 Pro version of this, it will include all the above mentioned accessories plus a DualSense Edge controller and a DualSense charging station. I mean, you can charge both the Edge controller and the normal controller right there, which is pretty cool. Sony says that there will be a 30th, says each 30th anniversary PS5 Pro will have a number on it, and the console will be limited to 12,300. Apparently, this is due to it releasing on December 3rd. The other side, final thing is the PlayStation Portal right here, which I'm guessing will have limited amounts as always. And it's always funny to see people say like, who is this made for? How is this doing so well when it's always sold out? So apparently it's doing very well. But I've seen a lot more positivity towards this collection than the PS5 Pro, when this right here, potentially on which version you go for and what you buy, could easily cost you $1,000 plus, would be my guess. Bobby, what do you personally think? Is it going to cost you $1,000, or is it going to cost you more?
This is minimum $1,000 if you're getting the Pro, minimum.
Mm-hmm.
All that stuff is, I would say it clocks in at about $1,000. And that's without counting that it is a very limited edition of, you know, especially the PS5 Pro only having 12,000 units. They may go as high as 1,500. They may try and pull that, and there's going to be people who buy it. They're going to sell out insanely fast. They're going to be worth in 10 years. They're going to be worth, you know, 10 grand. So if you get one and you're willing to pay that much, awesome. Like I'm going to try and get one. This is one of the coolest sets I've ever seen. And coming with a DualSense Edge, which I want either way. I was like, man, I want to get one of those DualSense Edges. And then I saw it comes with the Pro and I was like, oh, okay. I think this is very cool. Yeah, the discourse changed really, really quickly once they put out the 30th anniversary announcement. People were like, "Oh my God, I need that PlayStation 5 Pro now!" Like with the thing, and it's like, you know, it's like the old Simpsons episode where, you know, they put out the Malibu Stacy with the new hat, and they're like, "But but she's got a new hat. And
Yeah,
then,
she's got a new
Lisa's
hat.
like, it's
Even though
it's the same thing. It's the same thing as it was before. And they're like, yeah, but it's got a hat. Like, that's what this is. Like, oh, it's gray. It's gray now.
I'll say it right now.
Awesome.
I think the color looks ugly as hell. I'm just gonna say that. Right now.
Whoa.
I
Calm down now.
It's Talon. He likes the finals, so we gotta forgive him. We gotta forgive him. No, this is I was I think it was 9 when the PlayStation came out, so
It's old.
This just hits me right in the nostalgia. Like I'm not even gonna lie about it. And I was talking to Chin, he's like, I need one of those. I need one, and I know him. He will buy it.
So are you gonna buy this PS5 Pro, or are you gonna get the normal PS5 Pro?
If I can get this one, I'm gonna get this one. If not, I'm gonna get a normal.
Okay.
I'll probably see if I can get a normal anyway. Maybe see if I can, if Chin can't get one of these and then he can't do it, just have one so that, because I've done that before where I just buy an extra and then he's like, oh, I'll buy it from you.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I just charge him whatever I paid for it, but just to make sure that, because I know he loves having stuff too. So we're nerds like that, where we like our games and our toys, but he wants this. He's going to be at work, so I'm going to try and see if I can get one. I'm going to hope he can see if he can get one. Like, I assume this is going to go live at like 10 a.m. because it's usually when they do it. I think it's like 10.
Usually 10 is, it's a
10 a.m.
typical
Pacific,
normal.
so they'll probably do that time. There's not really a fair time to do it, because like Japan is 18 hours off. And they're probably like,
that's going to be 3 a.m. 3 a.m. my time.
And they're going to be aiming for Americans.
Oh yeah, no.
Let's be real.
I mean, if you just look back at the original PlayStation, I say original, the initial PlayStation 5 Pro announcement and everything, it is clear who they are marketing that towards. It's the States.
Yeah,
it is.
There's no question. That's where PlayStation
any other
is popular
country,
now.
right? Exactly. Any other country right now, like those prices to most people are insane. To Americans, most of them, it's still insane, but it's the best market for them right now. There have been articles and everything. In fact, there was a newspaper article here in Japan where they're talking about the PlayStation 5 Pro, how everyone just looked at it and said, like, that's like half my paycheck just to how the yen works and everything. So anyone freaking out online, this is not marketed towards you. It's not marketed towards me. It's not marketed towards like half of the world. It is marketed towards those who have the ability to buy it and who want the best console gaming experience, who don't care about PC. Just the way it is.
Marketed towards me and my brother.
Pretty much. And Lethal. But we've already established that Lethal is a Sony pony.
Sony could take a dump in a box and Lethal would be like, bro, I'm getting it. I love you, Lethal, but
extreme.
It's true. It's true.
He said it when he was on there. He's like, I'm the Sony pony, whatever.
He is the Sony pony. He's the Sony pony.
And it's cool. Like, I love Sony too. I've been playing PlayStation for 30 fucking years. Like, the only game company I love more than them is Nintendo, because that's just that hits too deep to shake. You know what I mean? Like, I literally, Mario and Zelda, the first 2 games I remember playing in my life. So, but like this discourse change has been so interesting that so many people are like, this is ridiculous. It's unacceptable. Sony's just trying to rip people off to like the Futurama meme. Shut up and take my money the second the gray covers went on the side. You know what I mean?
Right.
But like, yeah, like I said it before, like I'm gonna get a Pro either way. I'll probably get, if I can't get the Pro, I'll still probably try and get the DualSense Edge. Just because like having that color DualSense Edge, I think would be cool. Maybe Portal, I don't know. Like, would I use it? That's a question.
You're not going to use it. That's a waste of money for you.
But again, it comes down to like, maybe I could sell it in a few years,
That's true.
It's limited edition, you know what I mean? If it's really that limited, it's one of those things you pick up and just keep in the box, and then like 3 years down the line, it works with PS6 and it's a limited edition,
Funny enough, the pre-orders do start on the 26th, which is literally during TGS. So, funny thing,
Talon will not be getting that.
No, but I will get to try out the PlayStation 5 Pro before you, because it's going to be at TGS for people to try out. So
I just realized it's like 6 months of Talon's rent for one of these.
Yep, pretty much.
Which makes me sad.
Yep. Exactly.
Because where I used to live, that wasn't even 1 month of my rent.
I know.
So
regardless, though, if you're into the PlayStation 5 Pro or anything 30th anniversary related, this could be your chance. So grab it while you can. However, one thing that we do need to also bring up that is, again, PlayStation related is that the next big State of Play is supposed to be coming next week. It is claimed. I mean, it lines up with like the last few years of State of Plays always being in September-ish time. I just hope it's at a decent actual time for me and not at 2 in the morning or anything like that. But there's been some concern about this particular State of Play because we've also been hearing and seeing, you know, ratings and everything for particular releases or things that they're going to announce at the State of Play. And those include a Horizon Zero Dawn remaster, which, keep in mind, came out on the PS4 and you can play on your PS5 now and is even on PC already. And we're also apparently getting a Days Gone remaster, which there's a vocal minority with that game. I feel like that. Absolutely love it. Would love it too and everything. And they always point to the sales and everything. And I'm like, that game has been like $10 on sale for like years. So yeah, of course it's gonna have high sales now. Like, and apparently now there's even some rumors or talk about how it wasn't Sony that shut it down. It was the team. It was like the team that made the game was like, no, we don't want to make another one or anything like that. And based on how the leader acts online, I can't say I'm shocked. So
it's probably they just were like, we don't want that guy around anymore.
Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't be. Yeah,
kind of a dick.
He's kind of a dick,
the head guy who was the head of everything in terms of Days Gone. Like when Astro Bot came out, which is supposed to be a celebration of everything PlayStation, was like, I can't believe my main character got turned into a bot. It was just like, okay, dude, get over yourself.
You know,
like,
you know what that reeks of? It reeks of like when Coolio got mad about Weird Al doing like Amish Paradise.
That's a deep cut right there.
It's like I'm old, right? So like I remember that being a real beef back in the day. But like it's just like Weird Al's a guy who's just like having fun, celebrating music, and just making silly versions of songs. And like every other artist ever is like, oh my god, Weird Al is doing my song. Holy shit! Like I made it. Like so many people are like thrilled, right? And same thing with like Astro Bot. Like all these companies, like we're so happy to be part of this like wonderful project. And that guy's just like, you're not taking my work seriously. I mean, come on, guys.
No one did.
This is stupid. And it's like, dude, Days Gone it's not that serious. You made a zombie like.
It's a mediocre
game,
zombie
like,
game. That's all it is.
Yeah, like, and don't get me wrong, like, cool, like people liked it. You know, there's some people who liked it, but at the same time, when you released it, wasn't it like so broken that it barely worked?
Yep,
Yeah,
and it got put on
well.
sale like within like no time at all. So
Yeah, so you know, like, understand you kind of fucked up, guy, and you should be like lucky that people remember your game enough for them to want to include it.
Yeah,
like. I don't know. I could never understood people with that kind of like ego of just like, oh, I'm too good for this. Like you made a fucking video game, dude, about a biker bro, and it's like, you know, like, you know, at least the vibe I get is like the dude used to like sell meth or something, and somehow survived into the biker apocalypse, like Daryl Dixon. You know, like it's like, yeah, it's like we've got Daryl Dixon at home, the game, you know, like, which,
a good way of putting it.
Yeah. So like, well, you know, whatever, like, with Days Gone, I don't know. It's that remaster is really weird because like,
I don't think it's gonna do well. I'm gonna call it right now. My prediction: it doesn't do well. I don't think it's gonna do well.
I don't think Horizon will do that well either.
It'll do better than Days Gone.
Like I said, I'll probably pick it up on sale down the line. I'm not gonna get it right away because I already have Horizon. So like if down the line it's like $20-$30, I'll be like, okay, you know, I'll get it for the improved whatever. But do I need it right away? No, because I have like PC Horizon where I can run it like fucking 4K ultra settings.
And define doing well. I mean, these games got to be absolutely dirt cheap to quote unquote.
Oh yeah, and that's one thing I want to bring up. And Lemon,
thing.
I want you to comment on this. The whole guys, I don't know why anyone's shocked that Sony would make these if they're, you know, they most likely are real. Why? They are super cheap to make. They just are, or they've had them on the back burner for a while or anything. So it is not there. Don't think that they did this in 2 weeks after Concord failed or anything like that. So yeah, that's just the way it is. So
I mean, and with Naughty Dog being effectively turned into a new Blue Point, I'm sure they have a pipeline for dumping better textures into these games and stuff. Bumping the resolutions, bumping the frames, new textures, maybe new animations and stuff, cleaning all that stuff up. So I'm sure they just dump into the pipeline, get it ready to go, take a few months, and then out the door.
Yep.
Easy money.
Yep. With like especially with these games that are on PS4, right? We've seen how many of them get remastered already. And even like Naughty Dog was very open and going like, we used like our interns and our like new hires to do The Last of Us remastered. We're not taking any time. Like it's basically a training exercise is what they said, right?
Yeah.
And people were like, you could have made factions and why isn't there a new game? It's like this is our training material for people, like, and we're upgrading it.
There's orders of magnitude difference between remastering a game and making a whole game
and making a fucking new one. Yeah, exactly.
Like, tell me you don't know what you're talking about without telling me you don't know what you're talking about.
And this is one of those things that like with gamers, like that they just fly off the handle and go like, why aren't they working on this? It's like you don't understand how development works at all. Like you
Talk
don't
is
think,
cheap.
like, yeah, it's like cool. Like I get it, and like Lemon, you're a software engineer.
Yep.
Right. Talon, you've worked industry adjacent for a long time and done a lot of research. I worked in the industry for a little while, and I've worked industry adjacent for a long time now. Like we have done enough research to kind of have an idea of what we're talking about. And more so Lemon than anybody else, because he's the one who actually does that kind of work.
he literally is a programmer, guys.
So like I will fucking cede to Lemon on all of that, no pun intended. But like, with this stuff, like you got to understand that the development does not work how you think it does. It's not just like everybody's making the game like no, it's like each team has their own part, and they all have to put different stuff together. Then they have to like cross collaborate to make sure it all works together. And that shit all takes fucking years now. Because when you want a game, it's like Baldur's Gate 3, and it's just or Cyberpunk 2077. It's this epic fucking thing. Like that's gonna take years to put together, right?
Especially when you have to teach people to do new things. And I even talked about this in one of our Final Fantasy Square Enix videos we just released. That one, as much crap as I will give Square for the way that they make things work and everything, love their games, their studio ways or their higher ups I absolutely despise. One thing I do like about them, though, is that their teams are allowed to stay together between projects for the most part. 80% of people or more stay on their projects, which is unheard of in the West.
And that's why you got Rebirth so quickly.
Right. Oh, it took them 3 years.
That game was.
3 years, and that game is massive compared to Remake and everything like that, right? So
the damn Remake was good.
Yeah, I know. So the idea that it's it only takes some X amount of time to do this in a remaster compared to making a new game or anything like that. I'm sorry, it's not the way it works. It just doesn't. So
yeah, and these remasters really don't take. I mean, they'll take a team a year.
They probably take one or two main team developers to help kind of just manage the interns that are making that.
Yep,
that's not unheard of. That really isn't, right? The interns are doing whatever they need to the remaster. They bring it over to insert normal person here who originally made the game or is within the Naughty Dog team or the Guerrilla team and everything, and it's just like, hey, how does this look? And they'll be like, this looks good, polish this section up here a little bit, and this section of the game is good to go. Right? It's not that big. And again, I've said this multiple times when it comes to that whole factions thing. if we'd gotten factions, guess what? You would never be getting any more single player Naughty Dog stuff. They literally said it in their announcement thing when they canceled it.
Yep.
And I'm tired of hearing that. I'm tired of hearing that.
Yeah, now don't get me wrong. Would factions have done better than Concord?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah,
just on Last of Us name alone. But the fact that Naughty Dog was very open and said, we do not want to dedicate ourselves to being solely a live service studio because our entire workflow would be completely consumed by trying to keep a game like this going. And we do not want to do that. The fact they were very transparent and open about that should have been more than enough for people to go, okay, hey, we get it. Like, if you're really a fan of Naughty Dog, then fucking deal. Because, like, I am a fan of Naughty Dog. And when they said that, I was like, cool, I'm good. Like, I'm good. I don't need factions. Like, you Talon, you remember I was like, I really want factions, right?
Yeah, but the moment that came out, you're like, okay.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I get it. Like, I don't.
The only thing I could potentially see an argument for against it is that, you know, they release factions and Sony hires a team that is dedicated to doing that. That is not the, you know, main Naughty Dog team. But the problem you then run into there is that they're not the Naughty Dog team. It will eventually feel different or change enough that it's not going to feel like what you like from Naughty Dog. I'm not saying that's bad or anything, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it would continue to do well or anything. And as Sony is most likely finding out right now, it is expensive to keep a live service game going. And so if they hired a brand new team, not only is it expensive to keep that game going, but you then gotta pay for that new team. So
yep,
that's expensive stuff right there, especially if they're over. I don't know where Naughty Dog is, but I mean, the fact that a lot of these Sony-owned teams are all in Bellevue and San Francisco and everything, that shit ain't cheap.
I think Naughty Dog's, it's where it's not in Santa Monica. Is it? It might be in Santa Monica.
It's definitely California.
It is Santa Monica.
Oh,
yeah, because they're right they're right next to Sony Santa Monica. That's right.
You're shit.
They're a couple miles away from Santa.
wow.
Yeah, Santa Monica. Studios.
Yeah, that's some expensive shit right there. That is,
yeah.
oh boy,
Probably up there in the top 5 most expensive in the country.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
So-
I mean, that's, you know, so you got to weigh like what they can do now. Like I said, Horizon, does that need a remaster? No. But do they want to maybe like make the facial animations better? I think, you know, you guys heard me talk about that earlier. That's the only thing I think they can really justify. Yeah, like, because the gameplay is fucking excellent in Horizon. Like, there's nothing they need to do to that.
They could also improve. I was just thinking about this actually. They could improve the melee combat. The melee combat was not the best in Zero Dawn.
That I guess that's true. They could add the melee from 2 and kind of put that in.
They can mix that in a bit. I think that'd be the other.
But does
thing.
that justify an entire remaster?
No,
in my opinion, no. But
no.
Now people are talking about they got to make that money back from Concord. Well, what's an easy way to do that?
A remaster.
Make a remaster where you can charge $70 for the game again.
I wouldn't be surprised if they, whenever it gets announced for that release date, don't be surprised if this current state of play coming up, if they actually have a very brief showing of their multiplayer Horizon game. And then they use Zero Dawn as a cheap way to make a remaster and try to make back some of that money of Concord, and then B, kind of push their live service, Horizon game. Wouldn't surprise me. So
yeah, that could be a thing. I don't know how much first party they're gonna have. What I think is gonna happen is I think they're gonna let the Pro get out. Have a couple months with the games that they kind of showed off and be like, hey, look, see how well like Spider-Man and how well Horizon and all this stuff is running now.
Dude, they need to keep showing off that Final Fantasy Rebirth. That's a big change.
Literally, I was like, I'm gonna pay that $700 just to fucking play that. Like, just to play that with better quality.
I'll wait for PC personally, but damn, I'm like, oh damn, that looks really good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, to me, it's like it's like, we talked about it before. It's a matter of like, some days I don't want to fucking turn on my PC and sit at my PC. And yes, I could
the one upside to you actually playing that on PlayStation is, let's just be perfectly honest, Square's PC ports suck ass most of the time. They just do.
The majority of PC ports suck ass.
Yes, but Square especially, man, like Remake to this day is still not a good PC port. Like you've got to throw a bunch of mods at it to make it run really well.
Yeah, just like the original Dark Souls. That's
pretty sure Elden Ring on PC doesn't run that great. So
no, it's just Japanese ports rarely ever that good.
Yep.
Although the other thing Digital Foundry said was like, hey, with the power that the Pro has, it might be able to just push Elden Ring at 60 consistently.
Good.
Hallelujah.
And yeah, because like,
what about Alan Wake 2 now?
That's, you know what's funny is they came out and they were like, well, we're looking at it, it's 864p or whatever. That whole outrage, which, you know, we know
this shows that nobody knows what upscaling actually means.
Yeah, they're like, oh, it's 864p still. Digital Foundry said it, and then someone from the Alan Wake team was like, no, you're gonna be shocked. Like, or they said we hope that people are pleasantly surprised, but don't put any stock into that at all.
Well,
and I was like, good.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, because like Lemon, we talked about this before. Like, you're like, oh, I want the physical Alan Wake, and I was like, I'm not playing that. Like, I've seen that on PS5, and it looks like dog shit. Like. And no offense, like I love the game.
It looked that bad.
It looks Lemon, get it on PC for the love of God, please. It looks so good. Like it's literally on PC. It literally looks, I would say, as good in my opinion as Hellblade.
I was saying, I thought it looked really good on PlayStation.
Like, at least what I saw the DLC, the first part of the DLC on PlayStation. And I was like, ugh. That, like, I told my buddy, I was like, you're playing this on PlayStation like this? And
oh,
he's like,
wait, it's not even on Steam.
On Epic?
No,
I
it's
forgot
not.
about that. What the fuck?
Man, Epic funded it, man.
As a PC gamer, I can't stand by that. There'll be no Epic Game Store on my PC.
Epic funded it, man.
I know.
So I
forgot about that as I was typing. Like, wait a second, where's Alan Wake at?
It's like Epic funded it, so you got to kind of deal. Like I'm gonna be real. I got it for free. James got it. He got a new card.
Oh yeah, you got the whole graphics card thing, and then it came with the game. I remember that.
Yeah, I got my 4070, and he was asking me, he's like, "How's that new card working?" I was like, "Dude, it's so nice because it's so cool." And he lives down here too in Southern California, where it gets hot as fuck. So he was like, yeah, I'm looking for a new PC because like I have like the 3080, and I was like, dude, I have this 4070. It runs just as well as 3080. Does everything 3080 does. Has frame gen, so games run even better, and it runs like 20 degrees cooler. And like a week later, he's like, yeah, I just bought a 4070. But he's like, hey, I got Alan Wake 2. Does anyone want it? I was like, I'll take it. I loved Alan Wake. Like, I'll take Alan Wake 2. I want to check it out because I heard it's fantastic. And so he just gave me the code, and I felt bad. I was like, oh man, like I appreciate it. Like I wanted to play this game. I was like, hey, you know what? I got an Overwatch code, like for the whatever. Like, remember when the PvE content came out?
Oh yeah,
quote unquote the PvE missions, and then they had that like $40 pack. I got a free code for that, but I'd already bought it by the time I got my card. So I was like, do you want this? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, awesome. We have an accord, sir. You know, like I was able to give him something for that Alan Wake. I felt so bad because I was like, man, I don't want you to just give me the game. Like, you could sell the code for like $30 at least. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, fantastic. Literally one of the best looking things I've ever seen. It looks so good, at least on my rig. And I will say, like, you turn on ray tracing in that game. Even my rig is just sweating, like especially when you're playing a Saga and all, like you have all the fucking forest and shit, the light going like through the leaves at night, like my computer's like, okay, like it's just like I could just like, I'm like, oh, you're going down to like 45 with frame gen on when I have like ultra settings with ray tracing on. It's not bad when I'm Alan Wake in like the city, you know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Still a lot of trash, but like Saga in the forest with all those leaves and having to like reflect and refract light everywhere with all that stuff going on. It looks fantastic, but man, your computer will sweat.
Yep.
Regardless though, I think the state of play, keep your expectations in line is all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I don't think State of Play is going to be huge. I think it's going to be a lot of third party.
I think it'll mostly be third party. I do expect to see one. I think we'll see one first party game that won't be released until 2025, but we'll see some kind of small preview for it. I think that's a safe bet right there.
I think if they're smart, if they have the capability, if they're smart right now, the thing they can do to shut up all the capital G gamers, and no offense to you guys, is show off Ghost of Tsushima 2 if they have anything. Because like I know a ton of people. Like I'm gonna try and get back into that game for you, Talon, because I know you love it so much. Same score as Starfield, by the way. But but the capital G gamer crowd who hates The Last of Us 2 like worships Ghost of Tsushima like it's the greatest game that's ever been made ever.
Are you really lumping us in with those guys?
I'm not. That's why I said no offense to you guys.
He just did.
I said no offense to you guys because I know you guys aren't those guys, but I know you guys love that, right? So this is what I'm saying. It's either capital G, I hate The Last of Us, woke, blah blah blah. Those gamers love Ghost of Tsushima or weebs, and I assume you guys fall into the weeb category, which is fine. I mean, Talon, you cannot deny your weebdom. You live in Japan, so
yeah, kind of comes with the territory.
Funny enough, like, I think I've turned my wife into a gamer.
He's like, I've somehow made my wife a weeb. Oh God, it's spreading.
It's contagious.
She's already looking at her next 3 games she's gonna be buying.
That's rad. I'm just saying. That's for me.
She wants to get the Zelda game, so I don't have to buy it now. She's gonna be buying it, and then she's looking at she might get Dragon Age as well. But I said I was gonna get Dragon Age.
Oh, okay, that's a bit of a dark horse. What's the third one?
She hasn't decided yet. That's the thing.
Oh, okay.
So,
okay.
She's just lining them up,
Yeah.
Jeez, Dragon Age. That's a real dark horse.
Dragon Age is that's an investment. So hopefully she gets into that. That'd be cool.
Well, I mean, she did 100% Mario RPG. She played through that game like 3 times. So, but also keep in mind, Dragon Age is super popular here in Japan. So
really.
What?
That's like the West. Aside from Skyrim, that's like the Westernest RPG there is.
You'd be surprised. So there is an audience for it here in Japan. It's not going to be reaching now. To be fair, it's not going to be reaching like Dragon Quest numbers or anything like that, right? But I even hear it among some of my students who like Dragon Age. So,
like the OG Origins Dragon Age.
I think Dragon Age 2. Is what a lot of people.
All right, that makes a little more sense.
That makes more sense because that was more action RPG.
Yeah, it was a lot more action RPG than anything. So,
I will say I did testing on Dragon Age Origins. And that.
So either again, she and I will probably talk about it, but we're going to be deciding. Okay, either she gets Dragon Quest, I go Dragon Age, or vice versa, or whatever. So
as long as it's all in the home, baby, that's all that matters.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. Both wait and see, but yeah. But anyway, regardless though, I think the PlayStation State of Play is probably next week, and it'll be right before TGS. Don't expect anything big though.
Do they have Dragon Quest marketing? Maybe they lean on that a little bit.
They could lean on Dragon Quest marketing because that comes out in November. So
yeah, that would be right in time for the Pro. They could be like, get that. That's the best
Dragon Quest 3, the 2D HD remake is coming out soon. They might even show off more Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD remake.
Very cool.
Yeah, which is very cool and everything like that. So, there's even rumors I've heard about Final Fantasy 13, I think, potentially getting a remaster. So
if that happens, we are like officially in the weirdest timeline because so many people hated that game.
I know. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, that could be cool. Like, oh man, could you imagine if they like close it out? Oh, well, they did their one more thing and it's like full like HD remaster of 13. I think people would be excited.
13
has got a lot more people warming up to it over the years.
It is, yeah. Well, it's Final Fantasy fans. Final Fantasy fans are like, they hate the current one that's out, and then the next one will come out, like and then they say the old one was better. It happens all the time.
Yeah. Same thing with Pokemon.
Yep.
Same thing.
Happens. It's almost like it happens with every fan base. Weird. Never would have thought of that. And,
just Pokemon Final Fantasy. No one else does that.
The weirdest thing for me is like people who are like, my brothers who are like Star Wars prequels were like peak. Like, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
The fuck? Yeah, because they grew up with it. So, like, all they care about is lightsaber fights and
I
shit.
don't like
You know?
stand. It's coarse and grainy. It gets everywhere.
Corey over in chat says remaster, not so excited. Remake, that might be something. Well, okay.
Of 13?
If we're talking about 13, which I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, because by the way, Steam right now has having a huge TGS sale stuff. A lot of Final Fantasy games are on sale. It's probably a remaster because I doubt they would make a remake level change like what we're getting with Final Fantasy 7. I doubt we're getting that.
If they did that, if they did a remake and made it more like the Action like 7 remake,
I'd be down for that.
They could actually do a trilogy and have it be justified. No offense, Square.
Okay, I've defended the remake trilogy being 3 games because of all the extra stuff they add into it. Yes.
Oh yeah, I don't mind it at all.
One was Lemon. Shut up for a second. remake definitely had a lot of padding with the sewer levels. I absolutely understand that. It could have been shorter there.
Rebirth didn't have padding. Me.
It didn't.
Miss me. That game is padded as fuck, guy.
For example.
Ubisoft towers, you literally go up to them to advance this to get more stuff to do. It is a padded out open world game.
No, okay, clearly telling me you never actually played the original Final Fantasy VII then, because that game is huge in terms of the landscape.
And it was also one game
in 1997.
Okay. Guy, I'm telling you right now, you cannot call the first game padded, not the second one. It runs wet. Because guess what? God,
you can skip most of that open world stuff if you don't like it. You chose to play it, which means you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I will say if you have all this side shit,
not padded out.
If you have all the side shit and you can not do it and you choose to do it, that is on you.
Exactly. Thank you.
But
you can't mainline through Rebirth. You're going to be underleveled. You're expected to do the side.
Oh, wow. You have to level up in an RPG game. I never would have expected that. Oh, wait. It's always been like that.
Then do what we do, and you run around and you kill boars in the forest.
Yeah. I don't think you can do that in Rebirth, can you?
Yeah, you just run around and do field battles.
Can't just run around and...
It's the enemies respawn every like 12 feet.
You do not get anywhere near enough XP to make that worth your time.
Dude, I was
Dragon Quest, guys.
If you don't want to do the thing, you just... That's what I used to do when I was younger, because I didn't realize side quests and RPGs would give you the experience.
Yeah, the side quests themselves just give you the experience right there.
I would just sit there and fucking just grind enemies. When I was like...
Don't you remember Pokemon Red and Blue? Don't you remember Pokemon Red and Blue?
Guy. My point is, you cannot call remake added and then not call
I'm talking
Rebirth padded.
Okay. The reason I call remake padded, it's not because of the side stuff or anything. I'm talking about the way that they tried to meld the story, essentially, trying to keep going back down into the sewers and everything, and the way that was organized. That they could have cut out a good few of those chapters in remake. Rebirth flowed exactly like the way the original did and everything. So, yeah, and especially because OG Midgard, thank you, Corey, by the way. OG Midgard was only 2 hours of the original game. So, yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. And thank you, Platinum Reviews. Side content is 100% optional.
All right.
And yeah.
Whatever. We have Persona. We see how modern, better RPGs are. All right.
Persona's overrated. Persona's overrated.
Get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ.
I was actually going to bring up Persona when you brought up how Dragon Age is kind of big over there. I was going to say, Persona is kind of weirdly big over here.
Persona is
popped off.
It's funny.
Over there?
Persona is not that big over here, at least that I see. So, okay.
It's just like Final Fantasy.
So hang on. So let me paint a picture right here. Okay. So again, I know TGS is the biggest thing that you see in Japan in terms of showcases and all that kind of stuff, right? It's like the E3 to the States and that kind of stuff, right? So the biggest booths that you have in TGS, right? And keep in mind, yes, Nintendo's not here, but Xbox has their own booth. PlayStation even has their own booth now. But the biggest boost that you see over here in Japan is the Square Enix one and the Sega one.
Yeah.
Those are the two biggest ones right there. And I've already seen the map for the TGS for Square Enix. And they are going to be showing off Dragon Quest a bunch. They got a bunch of Dragon Quest stuff set up along with other things. Persona. So I know it's a meme to some degree where Persona is, done a remaster of this and then they did a remake of the exact same game. Even though you just did a remaster a year ago type of thing. I get that. But their little like booth, like so Atlas, which I believe Atlas is under Sega. No.
Yeah, Atlas is Sega.
Yeah. Okay, so they are. I did get that right. So Sega's booth for TGS is giant. I mean, heck, they had a stage for Sonic dancing with cheerleaders last year. You don't believe me? Check out our shorts from last year. It's right there. That, yeah. So you remember that, right? Yeah. Atlas, the little Persona thing, is this little side bits of that entire area, and it fits maybe 2 people. I kid you not on that. That's how big Persona is in terms of showing that stuff off. It's weird. It is. I think Persona, honestly, is way more appreciated / liked in the West than it is in Japan.
Well, that's recently, too, as Corey said, it didn't pop off until 5. 3 was kind of whatevs here. 4 was stuck on the Vita. And 5, it kind of blew up, and then now,
and that's what brought them to remaster all the other ones,
right? So, but the thing is, I never see anyone over here talking about it, though. That's the thing.
Well, like I said, it's like Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
It's just
Corey, Dragon Quest
12. That's
Dragon Quest 12 is like Kingdom Hearts 4.
Yeah,
I'm convinced it's vaporware.
It's in development.
It's still in development. They have said it's still in development, still being made, but I wouldn't be. If you take a look on screen right here, so obviously Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake is coming out this November. And then we have the Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD remakes coming soon, which is going to be somewhere in 2025. So they're most likely doing that to kind of gauge, see how well it does. And then Dragon Quest 12 most likely will either be a late 2025 or early 2026 game. Because the more I think about it, they'll most likely do 2026 sometime in there. I don't know exactly when, but they'll do it there as kind of like their big game of the year in terms of releases, I should say, because then 2027 will be Remake Part 3. And that's the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy 7. So
oh my God, it's 30 years old.
They don't want those two stepping on each other. They don't want that happening. So they don't have the Supermax concerts for Persona in Japan that are big every year.
That's just a concert, though.
Yeah, I
don't a one-off, maybe a 2-off.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, Corey. I know I look at things realistically. I'm sorry. I know bad talent.
It's like Lethal. Every time there's any kind of show, he's like, "This is the one where Kingdom Hearts 4." They bring out the, and I'm like, "Dude, sorry." Like,
just to make him suffer a little bit. I love you, Lethal, but just to make him suffer just a little bit, I would have laughed so hard if at like the last moment they said, "Oh, by the way, we'll have a Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer at TGS this year." I would laugh so hard because I'd be able to go see it in person and he'd be stuck back in the States.
I would kind of expect them to be like, yeah, no, here's the PS5 remaster of 2 point whatever, all the games again.
They don't need to do that. They're already 60 FPS. Like
it's 120 now. It's not really, but they'll just
120 now.
I could see Kingdom Hearts 3 with the DLC. I could see that.
There you go.
That was out on PS4 and Xbox One.
They got to re-release. They got to kind of
they got to re-release it. They got to get that crap mobile game out. They got to throw in some random middle story that makes absolutely no sense, and then release 4.
They got to make a Steam Deck exclusive one because they got to just got drop random games on all the consoles possible. They'll even do one on the Xbox to really kind of really go
just
all
to
out.
really throw you through a loop.
Yeah.
They're going to release one next year that's Stadia exclusive somehow.
Oh, God.
Corey
hopes that Square rescues the Visions of Mana team.
That team, that's so unfortunate.
That is really unfortunate. Yeah.
They released a game, and the day they released the game, like, by the way, we're closing them.
And
but it wasn't.
It wasn't Square that closed them. It was in. I almost said it wasn't. Yeah, it was Embracer. Yeah.
No, it wasn't Embracer. It was a Chinese company, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah. Visions of Mana.
Yeah, I looked that up real quick. I don't really. But yeah, it is extremely sad what happened, because actually Visions of Mana, I got a video finally coming out with that about that game. It's actually fun. It's the best and worst of the PS2 era style of games. But overall it's fun. I think it's a fun game.
All right. So on the day of the game's release, it was reported the developer Uaka, yeah. Uaka Studio has been closed down by its parent company NetEase as part
NetEase, that's what
NetEase.
Yeah.
By Chinese companies that had invested in Japanese game development. So it's pretty much China pulling out of Japanese development. Likely due to how well Wukong did.
That'd be my guess. Yeah.
For this.
And then funny enough, Chinese companies pulling out of a Japanese company, but a Japanese company is going to be investing in some Chinese companies based on how well Wukong did, and if these other projects do well. let that sit with you for a minute.
Yeah. Gotta throw money where the money's good, because it's right now not in the yen.
So Platinum says Fitbit exclusive. Yeah. And then I think the sad thing is, again, we'll have to wait to see if we ever do see numbers or anything like that. But Visions of Mana was released everywhere except the Switch, which I do think actually would have helped it, but that particular game could not run on the Switch with its current hardware. Could it run on the Switch 2/Switch Pro? Absolutely, I think it could. But on the current Switch right now, I don't think it would run.
Can it run? Yes. Will they put the money in to make it run? No. Because if they can get Doom Eternal to run on it, you can get just about any major game.
Expect a lot of these random third-party games to get released on the Switch 2 when they come out.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Especially with those leaked specs.
Oh yeah,
sure.
I mean, because it's literally a PS4 Pro, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's definitely got some.
They released one of the best PS era RPGs this year, and they lost their jobs the day the game was released.
Okay. Hey, now let's not get crazy now. It's a good game,
I think he's talking about the PlayStation, like the original PlayStation era, like when Mana was originally. Because like you said,
PS era RPG. Okay, all right.
Because remember, you even said it yourself when you tried out the demo. You said it's the best and the worst of what the OG PlayStation consoles. Yeah,
like PS2 era. Yeah. But I mean, it's not holding a candle to like Final Fantasy or
it's not going to. But Visions has never really done that. Visions surprisingly has always sold extremely well on Switch, because their last like 3 Mana games were all on Switch, and the fact that this one was not, and it can't really run on the Switch unless they really put some money into optimization, it probably was not going to do the greatest. So yeah, it's unfortunate. It is definitely unfortunate. So all right, Bobby, do we have any other topics? I already stopped the video a while ago, by the way. So is there another topic we need to cover as a Switch 2?
We could do Switch 2. We could talk about the Nintendo versus Power World and the Switch 2 at the same time.
Yeah, that can be combined together, yeah.
We could also do the Xbox 1 billion on Game Pass with the worst month of all time combined.
This is like a fun one.
Yeah, it is. People are like on Reddit going like, we're just gonna cancel our subscription because like they did what they did 5 games this month and 3 of them are like PC only.
Are you serious?
Or it's 2 of them are PC only, 3 of them are strategy games, and the other 2 are just like so meh that they're like, why are we even fucking keeping the service? And it's true, this is a really fucking shit month for Game Pass.
Great question. All right, my dudes, I gotta jump out. I gotta go to bed.
All right,
let's go. Dudes around.
Yeah, let me use the restroom and get some water down.
Good. Corey, literally just got the platinum for Wukong. Kind of not impressed. I'm on my New Game Plus run right now. I mean, most of those trophies don't even have descriptions on how to get them, so you got to find them all yourself. Are you not impressed with the platinum, or are you not impressed with the game overall? I mean, I call it an 8 out of 10 game. It's got really fun combat. I like the story and the Chinese culture and everything, but it's definitely got some issues, especially with optimization and its performance in general. So I personally liked it though. So we finally have our final boss guide out on that game because it took a while to get the recording the way I wanted it to. But I personally, again, 8 out of 10. I don't think it's going to win Game of the Year, not even close or anything like that, but I really enjoyed Black Myth Wukong. My Game of the Year, though, will easily always be Rebirth this year. Rebirth 100% is Game of the Year. No competition. Absolutely no competition. Nintendo going to bury Power World in so much legal red tape that it will cost them too much money to keep making the game. I wouldn't be surprised. It is Nintendo, so I would not be surprised whatsoever. I'm hoping though, either at TGS, most likely the Game Awards, but I'm hoping TGS will have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth for PC announcement. That game. I really want to play it again on PC. Oh, Forspoken. If you made that like 85% off, I might buy you just to try you out. Not a bad price though for Lightning Returns. 800. Guys, Neo: The World Ends With You. Get this game. Get this game. World Ends With You is an amazing game. Get it. Absolutely get this game. Absolutely get this game. It's on sale right now. It's amazing. Oh, I love it. Astro Bot I absolutely love the type of game that Astro Bot is. I will always support those type of games, buy them day one, the whole 9 yards. But I still think overall Rebirth is still my game of the year. But hey, that's why, to no one's surprise, unless you're only online, I guess, game of the year is really subjective. It's all based on your opinion. I can ask person over here what their game of the year is, and they're going to say Rebirth. Over here, they're going to say Astro Bot. Over here, they're going to say Hellblade. Over here, they're going to say Helldivers. Over here, they're going to say it's literally just whatever you personally liked. So, I mean, to this day, I still think God of War Ragnarok was game of the year personally over Elden Ring. That's just because I prefer God of War because it had a better story combined with some fun gameplay and everything like that. So that's just the way it is, right? People were calling a game of the year and I don't see it. Okay, no. Okay, so Black Myth Wukong is not game of the year. It's a fun game. It's got some fun action and everything, but it is not game of the year. It's not even close. It's got some pretty bad performance, especially on PS5. But what it represents, I think, is more important, and that is that it is the first game from this team. It is a chance for them to make a game, learn from it, and then in their next game, improve upon as much as they possibly can. That should be the important thing that everyone focuses on. So, Neo: The World Ends With You soundtrack is god tier. Yes, it's really good. I love Neo: The World Ends With You.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, definitely like The World Ends With You. Definitely get it. I have it on both Switch and PlayStation already. So but yeah, it's very, very fun game. So okay. The only downside to it, unfortunately, was that Square is terrible at marketing. Did not market this game at all.
Yeah, it's like Square will market the shit out of Final Fantasy and that's it.
Not even that, dude. They did terribly with the twin pack with Rebirth. They did absolutely dog shit with that. I was like, what are you doing? You literally you get 2 games for the price of 1? That sells like hotcakes.
Yep.
Like, how are you not marketing this stuff right now? Jesus. All right.
Damn shame.
It is. It absolutely is. I was thinking while you were getting water, I don't know if we should do the Xbox only just because generally Xbox focused only videos don't do the greatest on our channel, but it's up to you.
That's true. That's fine.
Yeah. Like we can talk about it obviously here in stream, which we have been doing. Just I think it's a dedicated video. I just don't know if it will do particularly well.
I know it's well, it's just Xbox stuff doesn't do well in general unless you're one of those Xbox channels.
Right, or you're bashing it to Kingdom Come all the time, and
yeah, and it's like I know we like seem like we bash it. We
really don't. We really don't.
Like, we're just going, please improve your shit. Like that's
make
all.
Good
like,
games. That's all we want from you. That's literally all we want. So
yeah, like you see those Sony. Sony fanboy channels are like Xbox platform is dog shit, man. And I'm like, okay, look, they fuck up a lot, but like
nobody should want Xbox to die because that provides competition for Sony. But because they have not been doing that, look at where we are right now.
And yeah, that's that thing came out where Sony basically kind of like behind the scenes admitted they were comfortable with pricing the Pro where they did because they were like, well, we don't really have any competition.
There's no competition to them. They own in that particular area of the market. They own it essentially.
Yeah, they're like, we don't need to fucking subsidize because no one else is here to challenge us. So yeah, fuck it.
So they're gonna do it.
We're making our money. Yeah, we're gonna make our money.
It's gonna sell out. It is.
Part of me wants to try again, Talon, with because I got it. Well, what's that stupid game? High on Life.
Hi-Fi Rush.
No, High on Life.
Oh, High on Life. Oh.
Which, I said was just like mid. But like I found out like they changed it so you could turn the voices like not off, but like make them like not fucking blather on as much.
Oh. Lemon says
like,
you guys are still anti-Xbox. Go to bed, Lemon. Platinum Reviews, that's how it is with me. I bash it because I really want them to be back to making good games. 360 era
Platinum,
was so good. I hope Xbox finally has a good year next year. I'll believe it when I see it next year. I know their E3 presentation. I know it's not E3 anymore, but you get the idea. I know their E3 presentation was really good, and it did look good. But we've seen good presentations before.
Well,
I want to see good results now.
They had one in 2022 and 2023.
Yep.
And like me and Lethal gushed over 2023 for like 2 hours.
Yep. Oh yeah, we got
like,
the video
we were
proof
just like,
on it.
oh my
it's
God.
on the channel.
Yeah,
they gushed over for 2 hours.
We talked about it for like 2 hours, how cool it looks. And then this last year, I was like, Lethal's like, oh my God, dude. They're back. And I was like, dude, we sat here discussing this for 2 hours last year, man. Like, I think this stuff looks great.
What happened with 2022?
What has happened? No, this was 2023.
2023, sorry.
Even. I'm like, what? But yeah, in 2022, and that was the year where they were like, all of this stuff is coming in the next 12 months. And then like half of that shit didn't come out. And the other half came out and was kind of like, just like, okay,
Redfall.
it's stuff. Oh, Redfall. I can't believe people are like, look, Concord was a bad game in the wrong time, but it worked. Well, like Redfall didn't even fucking work, dude. Come on now. You can't.
It goes back to what happens internally and everything. Concord has the toxic positivity. Microsoft thought Redfall was going to score like 10 plus points above what it got. And when we saw that quote from Phil, we're just like, what metrics were you looking at, bro? Like, damn.
Corey, I agree. Pro console, 2 terabyte hard drive for 700 with AI upscaling, not a bad idea. I know, Talon, you're gonna be like, it's not worth it.
Well, okay. So I've had to say this before already. It's not worth it to me because I live in a country where that's almost half my paycheck. But let's say if I was in a more financial, if I had higher financials to be able to splurge a little bit more. Because you have to realize there's many countries in the world where it looks like we don't make that much, but in that country, that's all you need to live on. You don't need, $100,000 to be able to live. Would I love to be making $100,000 on my day job? Absolutely. But I don't need to, right?
Exactly.
But so I personally think the PS5 Pro, it can be worth it. Especially because it has, again, the positives I see in it are obviously the stronger GPU. It was never going to have a stronger CPU, as much as I would love to have that, because I'm a tech nerd and would love to have seen that. But it's got a stronger GPU. It's got 2 terabytes now, which you basically need in this day and age.
You need it now.
So I wish, I still wish their controller would get a little bit improved battery power, but I'm expecting that with the PS6 and everything like that. And a lot of the stuff that we're seeing in terms of the upgraded stuff to take advantage of the Pro is looking good. Again, looking at something like Rebirth is looking really, good and everything like that. And if you're somebody who, again, that's the reason the console has such a huge market right now still, is because a lot of people don't want to deal with PC. I love console. I love PC gaming. But I would be lying if it doesn't stress you out sometimes especially when you're building it the first time. Now I've built 3 now already, so I know what expecting going into it. The only time I stress out about something is when I try to turn it on for the first time and it doesn't turn on. But regardless, I know how to get past that. But for most people, they don't want to deal with that. So what do? They buy a console. And if you're somebody who wants the best experience, or you're somebody who got a PS4 Pro but didn't get the PS5 because a majority of the games were on PS4 still, and then you're like, okay, let's see what the PS5 Pro looks like. That could be a good investment for you. Plus, again, if you have never bought anything after the PS4 Pro, which came out, 10 or 8 years ago at this time? 7 years ago, give or take? Then you've probably just saved up some money over the years and you're ready to go and buy it. So, I can tell you right now, if I, for the Switch 2 coming out, which we're going to get into here in just a second, with the Switch 2 coming out, my wife and I all we're doing is we're putting down $100, the equivalent of $100 in yen aside, starting next month, and we're gonna have that ready to go the moment the Switch 2 you can pre-order and everything. We'll be ready to go. That's it. That's all we have to do. So it's all about managing where your financial, I guess stand is, essentially. I don't know the exact word I'm looking for. I think the biggest thing when it came to the PS5 Pro is that sticker shock. There was sticker shock because we have never seen a console that expensive. And I'll even admit it myself, even though I called it back in June saying it's going to be $700. It was still a shock in that particular instant, that those 5 seconds, to be like, holy crap, they really did it. Essentially,
so
right?
You say that, but I think you're just young enough to not remember seeing the 3DO.
I am, and I will easily say that. And Bobby's absolutely correct on that. Yes, and to a lot of people, especially over the last, I would say, 15 years or so, we're so used to seeing consoles go down in price. Consoles don't really be that expensive and everything. The whole, the companies take a hit on the console revenue to then make it up in the software and everything like that, right? Sony's not doing that with this now. They are most likely
Nintendo's not either.
Right. They're gonna start making profits on their consoles being sold.
And that's one of those things that we gotta, as consumers, we need to start expecting this. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying we need to expect it, because now they're running with the expectation of, oh, hey, people are still buying these even if we don't subsidize them.
I said this online, and I've bookmarked it, and it's gonna be a video whenever the PS6 eventually comes out. Start putting away $50 right now every month until the PS6 comes out. If the PS5 Pro is not something for you, you pay one console and you want to be there for the PS6 when it launches, save your money right now. Every month, put $50 away. Just take $50 out of your account, set it aside in a different account, or literally put it in cash into a jar if you want to, and you'll be ready to go. Now, Platinum, I don't think the PS6 will be $1,000, but I do think it will be probably $700 to $800. I would not be surprised. Just saying. Now, if
I would say PS6 is probably it's like $700.
Now, there could be a $1,000 version that maybe has a 2 terabyte hard drive or a 3 terabyte hard drive. I could see that. Or one that comes with the attachable disk drive. I could see that. I could easily see that.
Expecting $1,000 for the PS5 Pro PS1 version. Yeah. I would say $1,000. Yeah. $1,000 if they're being fair. It probably going to be $1,100 or $1,200, I think.
Yeah, Switch 2 $500.
Let's do $500.
Yeah.
I think there's gonna be a 400 and a 500.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a 400, like it probably like 256 gig for a 400 version, and then there's gonna be like a 1 terabyte.
1 terabyte. Yep, I could see that.
$500 version, or like or an OLED version for 500.
I could see it. Yeah, I could do an OLED version. I could easily see that. So,
or maybe they do both. Like they're really fair and they do both OLED with 1 terabyte for 500.
And Corey,
that'd be great.
And Corey's absolutely right. Technology is expensive these days, especially with the way the chips are still going. You know, even though we thought they'd be going back down in price after COVID, that's just not the case anymore. Again, the last 20 years, even within the PC realm of gaming and everything like that, if you were patient and could wait a couple of years after a GPU released or a CPU release and everything, you could see a decent price decrease. Not something like, you know, let's say let's say, for example, the 4080, if you wait 2 years, it's going to become $200 or something like that. No, but you would generally see a decent price decrease, I would say. But nowadays, no.
Oh yeah, now prices don't go down at all.
They don't go down at all. They don't go down at all.
They go down when they're trying to clear stock after the new one is gone. So you have like a 2-month period where you can get like a 4080 for like $200-$300 less, and that's about it.
Yeah, you have to do one of two things. You either have to know how the used market works, or you've got to be ready with the money to go the moment you know the next GPU is about to be released, because there's going to be, usually it's like a month before it's about to be announced or released. They'll put it on sale because they're trying to clear everything out right before the new one releases. That's just the way it goes. So you've got to have your money ready to go right there. So it's planning this stuff out. Unless you have the financial ability to just buy anything you want at a moment's notice, you've got to save and you've got to be ready to go. So, which unfortunately, you know, salaries have not increased to keep up with these higher prices and inflation and all this stuff and corporate greed and all that. So,
remember, Corey, it's probably going to have an SD slot. So.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Like if guys, remember that the original Switch has an SSD. You can go out and get a terabyte micro SSD right now, and you could just slot that in. You'd be good to go forever. So
yeah, you could literally carry like 90% of the Switch library.
I have a 512 gigabytes.
And you probably have more than you could ever play on it.
Oh, exactly. Especially with how small Switch games are. Not to mention I still have a ton of the physical games. I'm just literally going to take that out of my Switch into my Switch Pro, solid, or whatever the Pro is going to be called, essentially, right? So again, you have to keep in mind as well that Nintendo's always been really good at keeping their games at lower file sizes, essentially, right? Like I think Metroid Dread, which is a pretty sizable game in terms of how big it looks when you're playing it on screen and the map and everything, it's like 12 gigabytes. So we'll have to wait and see what the Switch 2 is going to do and everything like that. So wife okayed if it's 1,000, anything more, and I'm gonna have an angry wife. Well, again, Platinum, again, I know it's played off as a joke here and everything like that, but just to make it easier, like, because my wife kind of did the same thing. She looked at me and she saw the PlayStation 5 Pro and she's like, "Do you want that?" And I looked at her and I was like, "Do you know how much that is?" And she's like, "How much?" I showed her the price and she's like, "Oh God." And she's like, "Do you want it?" And I'm like, "Are you going to buy it?" And she's like, "No." And I'm like, "Okay." So, but what she and I are doing though, because we know the Switch 2 is going to be coming out, is we're setting aside money every month. And that's all we have to do. So
yeah, and you could do that. You could do that for the PS6, I would say. But if with the PS5 Pro, the PlayStation 1 version, it's going to be
that. Yeah, that you can't. That you can never. Yeah. But again,
$1,000 for a 4080, no plans to upgrade. Yeah, 4080, especially if you got the Super when it went to $1,000, that's you're going to be fine for a while. Like I have a 4070, and I'm like, I've had it for a year. Like a year, maybe a couple months, and I'm like, okay, maybe in like 3 years I upgrade. But right now, I like it runs everything at 1440p just fine.
I'm waiting for the 50 series to be announced, because then I'm probably gonna grab like a 4070 Super Ti or something like that. That's probably what I'm gonna grab.
Yeah, because then those will go down.
Those will go down in price. And that'll be kind of the perfect time for me to snag one.
The 4070 Super TIs are nuts.
Yeah, they're really
So-
good. Plus that's 16 gigabytes right there. So that's what
Yeah.
I'm looking for. But again, it all comes down to where you are financially in your life. And I know financially, I cannot just go splurge on the $700 console or anything like that. Especially because again, it's the yen here for me. If I was to buy the PlayStation 5 Pro, it's like paying $1,200 for a console. But that's
Yeah.
it.
And that's if it's not doable for you, just don't worry about
Don't
it.
worry.
Like, a PlayStation 5 is good, and if you have a PC, you're fine. Like,
Exactly. The PS5 is going to play all the games still. It's perfectly reasonable for where I am right now with what I have. And if I want to see those better performing looking games and everything like that, play it on my PC. Like when Rebirth comes out on PC, I'm going to be buying that because it's a lot cheaper for me to buy one game than to just go out and buy this brand new PS5 that I personally don't need. So that's just the way it is.
Exactly. With all this being said about console prices, like, remember, value is subjective.
Yep.
You don't need to judge. Like I said, when it first came out, I was like, I'm gonna get that Pro.
Yeah.
And
Take it easy,
Chin,
Platinum.
same thing. Yeah,
Take it easy.
he was Platinum. Have a good night. Thanks
Have
for
a good
stopping
one.
by and
Thanks
being
for
part of
stopping
the
by, man.
conversation. Yeah. But yeah, getting that, and then I was like, okay, I can put my other one like in the loft. And Chin was like, oh, I was gonna put mine in the loft. I'm like, okay. So we might figure out how to turn it into like a 4K Blu-ray for our mom, one of ours.
There you go.
At least until we move. Like, because when I move, I'll just have like a regular PlayStation in the bedroom or
I
something.
get a PS5 Pro because my wife gets her own dedicated Astro Bot machine. She's getting your PS5 Slim.
There you go. Yeah, it's like I gave my friend my first Switch, because like she's like, oh, it's pretty cool, and I'm like, yeah, it's nice. You never had a Switch? She's like, oh no, and she plays mostly like The Sims and Minecraft. And I was like,
That's what I'll probably do for my future kid and everything like that. I'll give him my hand-me-down console essentially, and then I'll get the new one.
That's what you do as a parent. That's how your kids get consoles. Like,
yeah, that's exactly what you did. Well, I mean, I didn't grow up with parents who had consoles, obviously, so I had to go.
Yeah, but that's like when I was with a woman who had kids. Her kids like to play games, so I was like, hey, you guys can use the Wii U. Totally cool. Like Switch is like, I make content on the Switch, so that stays like with my computer and all the stuff, and you guys don't. I was like, hey, if you guys want to play like Mario and stuff, or Mario Kart, we can do that. I can bring it up here, but like you guys gotta get my permission before you touch it. So if I'm not around, you don't touch it.
Yep.
If you want to play other stuff, you can play on the Wii U. We got lots of games on there. You're welcome to use that anytime you want. But yeah, it's like it's subjective, right? So if you can't afford it, don't get it, because a PlayStation's going to be fine. Sony's been very, very good. Even when the PS4 Pro came out, they never ever made it so something was like didn't work on the PlayStation and then worked on the PlayStation 4 and then worked on the PS4 Pro.
I never had the PlayStation 4 Pro. I had a PS4 since 2014. I had that until 2021. And then I had an opportunity to get the PS5 because this one's technically used, the one that I have. It was only, the guy bought it and then he returned it within less than a couple of weeks or something like that. And so they sold it to me so it was technically 800, but when you convert yen to dollars at that time, I got it for like $450. And that's with the disc drive.
Yeah, not bad.
So it wasn't too bad. Plus it was around my birthday when I got it. 2021, I think.
Nice.
So had some birthday money to spend. Nice.
There you go.
I'm super fortunate. My wife and I are both gamers, so tech purchases are easy decisions. Again, somehow my wife has now become a gamer, so the computer stuff she leaves to me, which is totally fair. But in terms of like consoles and games, I'm easier, I will admit. So, all right, do we want to do the Switch talk before hopping off? Because I'm getting tired, and we've been streaming for almost 4 hours.
Jeez, yeah. Well, you're on that God of War, which is so good.
And what, dude?
Yeah,
it's funny. Everyone's complaining about the performance, and aside from a couple of small areas, like I still hit constant 110, 120 frames.
I will say, like, that game ran phenomenally on PlayStation.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and I didn't expect it to run bad or anything. So again, everyone's complaining about the PSN login. So.
Yeah, you know.
But we've talked about that to death already. So. All right, let me hit the recording button, guys. We'll answer questions after we talk about the initial topic, and here we go. Attention Nintendo fans, we finally have some alleged leaked images of the Nintendo Switch 2, the Nintendo Switch Pro, whatever the F you want to call it. Nintendo, I hope your marketing team has done their research because we don't need another Wii U incident. But regardless, let's go ahead and take a look at this puppy right here because it's looking pretty good. For those of you who don't know, supposedly this is coming from it's not coming from a developer or anything like that, but it is coming from a manufacturer over in China who makes like cases and accessories for the Switch 2, right? Which would make sense because we're supposed to be seeing this announcement for this particular system by March of next year. That's the cutoff date that Nintendo themselves have said. And so it would make sense that if they're in the time of making this console, that you want to start letting your other partners know about, hey, make this accessory for the Joy-Cons, make the screen protector, all that stuff, right? So it would make sense that most likely these are probably pretty close to real. Somebody basically was able to look at the Switch 2 and then they made like a CAD 3D render essentially of it. If you don't know what CAD is, essentially you can render shapes and objects and all that kind of stuff. Yes, I took engineering for 1 year. So, but this is essentially what it seems to be looking like. So the first set of pictures that we have is, shocker, it looks like a Switch. I don't know about you personally or anyone here that's live with us or seen this video now. I did not expect this to be some revolutionary big change that we saw like with the Wii to the Switch or anything like that. Nintendo has a game winner right here, especially with mobile gaming essentially on a console that can then get plugged into the TV. And just like our viewer here, Corey, is saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's just the way it is. So this looks to be about an 8-inch screen, give or take. It seems to have a USB on the bottom, and we'll see here in a bit, but there seems to be a USB-C on the top, which is definitely really nice, especially if you are somebody who takes your Switch to other places and you want to set it up on the the desk or the dinner table or anything like that. You can go ahead and charge it that way instead of having to awkwardly put it underneath and all that kind of stuff. So the one interesting thing I will note here is that we seem to have an extra button down here. We obviously know that we have the plus and the minus buttons. We've got the home button here, which is on the normal Switch Joy-Cons already. This is the share button over here, but there's an extra button supposedly below the home button. So speculations on what that does. Take your bets now. But continuing on, we have heard already that the Joy-Cons are supposed to be magnetized essentially, like they use magnets instead of the sliding thing, which if you've heard horror stories about the Joy-Cons and stick drift and everything else in between with them, this is hopefully a step in the right direction. So it is what it is. Again, this is what the back of the Joy-Cons will potentially look like based on that. And this is just the other one. So that is the first set of pictures that we have. If we go down here, we see what looks like the Switch 2 itself with nothing in it, though. We can assume this is most likely going to be the battery, which, hey, I'm all for a bigger battery. I'm all for that. This is the motherboard, and assume this looks to be the SD slot right here. And everything else seems to be, we're maybe assuming this is where the SSD equivalent goes in here. The CPU, the RAM, that's most likely going to be using more typical modern architecture like what we see in the MacBook Pros or anything like that, where the GPU and the CPU are basically combined together. In fact, I believe Intel's even been working on some stuff like that. So their 14th and 13th gen may be setting your PCs on fire, but hopefully they won't be setting our Switches on fire. But overall, this looks, pretty good and everything like that. If we go on to the other pictures, this is kind of showing the back. Thank God they're not doing that terrible kickstand on the original Switch. I had to deal with that still. It sucks. So, it is what it is. This looks to be the top. Again, there used to be a USB-C right here, headphone jack, volume buttons. Maybe the SSD goes up here. So maybe that motherboard thing was flopped or switched, or I'm not really sure. But regardless, And then that's just the bottom looking thing of it. That's where this will go into the stand, obviously. And there we go. And then the final bit of pictures that we have right here are the comparison of the screen compared to the normal Switch. So it's definitely is bigger, which is nice. I don't want it too big personally, because I actually do like taking my Switch when I go on the train and things like that. And I don't need a 10, 12-inch screen with Joy-Cons and everything. The Switch is honestly perfectly fine for the portable size. If it's a 8-inch or even 9-inch, keep it at that. That's fine. Otherwise, I'm going to be setting it into the dock and I'm going to be playing on my TV most of the time. So, and again, just kind of showing the back. This is the original Switch design with the kickstand. That terrible, awful god kickstand. Whoever made that, fire them. And then just a closer look at what the Joy-Cons is. Again, that second button. This seems to be the home button right here. We don't know what this button is. And then this one over here is the share button. So, Bobby, thoughts on this?
Yeah, this lines up with a lot of what we've heard in the past year and a half, like the magnetic Joy-Cons. We know they put out a patent for like Hall effect like magnetic joysticks, which that would be just a huge win. Corey said if it ain't broke, if there's one thing that was broke about the Switch, it's the goddamn joysticks. Just come on. Like, just one of the worst designs. Ergonomically, I'm concerned because that is another concern for the Switch. However, I guarantee you Satisfy is going to be all over making grips and stuff. And if you have a problem holding a Switch like I do, like just by itself, Satisfy grip is one of your best friends. It's absolutely phenomenal. And I'm telling, like, you've got pretty big hands because you're a tall dude. If you don't have a Satisfy grip for your Switch, please get one. It will save you all sorts of pain in your hands. But yeah, like, I think all of this is in line with what we expected. We expected, a little bit bigger. Bigger screen is nice, less bezel, right? Like, and the magnetic Joy-Cons I've seen, Corey says, not sure how I feel about those. I'm okay with it. I know Flock said that too. He said,
I'm personally fine with it. I personally don't have a problem with it in my
I don't think it should be too much of an issue. It's Nintendo. They're generally very, very good about making sure their hardware stuff and ideas work, aside from that kickstand.
Yeah, God awful kickstand.
Which they then did fix. And again, it's like you could see the iterative design here. It's effectively a Switch, but they're doing a lot to fix the little issues. Namely, like the USB being on the bottom. So, like, if you're trying to play with friends or family and you are leaning it on a table, like, how did you charge it before? You didn't. You just waited for it to die.
Essentially.
Now you can charge it on the top while you're playing, everybody 1-2 Switch or something with people.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Super Edition. You know it's coming.
Yeah, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe 2.
I am interested. I do want to know what Unitech is going to make. If you don't know what Unitech is, the shot up here on the screen right now, they make up obviously accessories for the Switch, and they even got a couple of PS5 ones. They got this PS5 Solid Force PCI NVM2 SSD 10 gigabyte thing here. I don't really know what this is for. Like, it looks like a switcher almost. Take a look at it in a second. But for the Switch though, they made one of my favorite things, and that is this 4-in-1 game cartridge holder, essentially. And they even have one where it's a stand, essentially. You can actually put the Switch on here and
it's where you plug it in and it just reads off the...
Right. I have it because it can read off 4 games and they can hold 4 extra games. So you have to swap those out. But you can have 4 games essentially instead of having to constantly switch out the little, physical disc things and all that kind of stuff. So I'm interested to see. I hope that still works. I assume it would be. But I really hope they can make some new stuff for the Switch as well. So I'm definitely excited to see what they can do. Oh, that's where the thing goes on the PS5. That is interesting, to say the least. Okay. That is definitely interesting right there. I will say that. It's basically faster internet, essentially. So maybe
Wi-Fi adapter.
Yeah,
right?
it's a Wi-Fi adapter, essentially. Okay.
Yeah, they're doing that with the Pro anyway, right?
The Pro is basically getting this built into it. So.
Oh no, that's an SSD expansion.
Is it?
That's what it looks like.
Why in the world would they be showing Wi-Fi and everything on top of that? I don't know. Maybe it's a 2-in-1. I don't know. I have to look at it later. But anyway, we're getting off topic.
Okay.
Regardless, though, there should be a lot of. This would be the perfect time to start making accessories for the Switch 2.
Yeah, and that's
because
why stuff's leaking now.
That stuff's gonna start leaking now, because the last thing you want to do is make something for the platform 2 years after it's already launched and everything. You want to get it with. You want to try at least to get it within that moment when it's releasing. So. And Corey, you're absolutely correct. Nintendo is never making Mario Kart 9 because it just have to make Mario Kart 8 in its different editions. We've gone over this beforehand. So right on, Corey. So, but overall, I'm excited for the Switch 2. I mean, again, it's Nintendo. Their games are always fun. So I'm definitely expecting, and I think Bobby would probably agree with this, Metroid Prime 4, probably a dual system launch. It'll go on the Switch and it'll go on the Switch Pro, probably.
Yeah, I will say it will probably be a one that they release and go, hey, this is going to be upgraded on the Switch Pro.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be like 60 FPS, right? That kind of stuff. I'm just going to be happy if we can see that upscaling, because it's an NVIDIA thing now, so we know it's going to have DLSS, or it fucking should. So let us have that upscaling. Let us use that for older games. Put out patches for your big games. Like I want Mario Odyssey, and I want, like
Tears of the Kingdom at 60.
the Zelda games. Yeah, well, and 4K. Like I want them at 4K. Because even playing them on my TV, I'm like, ugh, like a 55-inch 4K TV, and this like 720 signal you're outputting with no upscaling is not too hot on a TV.
I mean, everyone right now should. You need to keep your expectations though. First off, even the current newest consoles and everything, and heck, a lot of PC games these days do not natively run at 4K. Okay, so don't expect native 4K on the Switch. It'll be upscaled because they are literally using NVIDIA's newer chips and everything. They have this original Switch has their Tiger chip, if I remember correctly, and that thing is old as hell. Bury that and bury it far into the ground. But they have newer chips now that have NVIDIA's DLSS upscaling and everything, which NVIDIA's DLSS upscaling is the best in the business right now. So, I'm excited though. I'm excited. I don't think Metroid Prime 4 Switch Pro exclusive. It will probably be on the Switch as well. That would be my guess. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see when the official announcement will actually come out, though. But it could be in the next couple of months. I wouldn't actually be surprised if it is. They said March 2025 is the latest they would announce it. It could technically come sooner. And if all these leaks are coming out and they're legit, Nintendo could release it. I don't think they're going to release it during TGS or anything, but announcement could come soon. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Let's hope. Like I really hope that, and I understand whether or not they don't want to kill their holiday sales because they're so close to beating PS2.
Oh yeah. I mean, they just announced like 3 other Switch bundle things for the holidays. So
I wouldn't be super shocked if they waited till like
January,
second week of January,
yep.
And then we're like, hey, we're gonna put this out in March or April. But I wish they would do it sooner. But that the reality situation is they're very close to being the #1 selling home console of all time. They're probably like, we can beat this. We can. They're putting that Zelda version out. They're putting all those bundles out this year. If you don't have a Switch for whatever reason, or you want to upgrade or you need a new one, they're doing a Mario Wonder bundle this year, and Mario Wonder kicks ass.
Mario Wonder is an amazing game. Yeah, don't worry.
Mario Wonder is just so good. Like,
don't worry. Japan's gonna carry them because Japanese mothers buy the Switch every other Tuesday. So it's no joke. I literally see a Switch on the train every single day. By the way. Man.
Yeah, I mean, Nintendo rules Japan. There's nothing wrong with that. Like. It's kind of like PlayStation rules the US, right? Which with Xbox kind of like behind. I'd say Nintendo is probably more popular here than Xbox even. But yeah, like Nintendo just absolutely has this hold on Japan, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like it's just such a it's such a cool like little console that resonates with Japanese culture of being able to just take it where you need it and play like on the train or whatever. That's awesome. So like do it again. Just like you don't like, it's like Corey said, it ain't broke. You don't need to fix it. So just do what you're doing and get us out a new version of the hardware where we can play new games and play some of our older games at much better resolutions, man. If I could play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom at 4K 60 FPS, I don't care if it's upscaled, man. Like render that shit at 720 or 1080 and then upscale it for me. I don't care.
Oh yeah.
Like, I mean, anyone who actually, it's not real. Who fucking cares? It looks good. Like that's what matters.
We're in the day and age right now where literally everything's upscaled. The way it is.
Yeah, and I think you said it like if it's HDR, who cares?
Yeah.
Like give me that. That would be the other thing I would love to know that the Switch 2 has is like proper HDR. The Switch ain't got no HDR.
God, that's hard with Nintendo. I mean, my biggest thing with the Switch in terms of internal, or not internal, but in terms of like software stuff, I really hope they're online. But it's Nintendo. I keep my expectations extremely low.
If it has Wi-Fi 6, I will consider that a W.
They better have the effing LAN port on the box. They better.
Oh, I think they will after the OLED. I think they learned that.
Okay.
That's one of those things. It's like they show the kickstand. I don't think they're going with that original kickstand. I think they're going with the OLED super wide kickstand.
Oh, it is. Oh, based on these and everything. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. This picture right here.
Yeah, because you can't use that old kickstand design. It was terrible.
It was absolutely terrible.
Yeah. So with those images, like we've seen a lot of good stuff. I'm wondering, what we're gonna get all the way around, what real innovations are gonna, because it's Nintendo. There's always some little cool thing they throw in somewhere, So I'm wondering if they're gonna be like the PlayStation, and that extra button is a mic mute because there will be a mic on it.
I could. You never know.
Yeah, because that was one of the things that shocked me about the DualSense when it came. I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And then Chin was like, "Oh, dude, check it out. We could be in a party." And invited me to a party. He's like, "Yeah, you could just use that as a mic and use your good headphone cell." I was like, "What the fuck? All right, cool." Like, that was awesome. So imagine you do that. You could actually, let's hope they activate Bluetooth. When it releases this time.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, give me Bluetooth, man. Like, Jesus.
I was so glad they had Bluetooth when I finally flew home because I had my Bose soundproof headphones. Had a couple seats down from me that were pain in the ass, and just played Tears of the Kingdom the entire way home.
Yeah, I mean that's what you can do. So, but this is looking like basically everything we expected so far.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, again, most of us just want an upgraded powerhouse Switch. That's all we need.
Yeah,
and I don't need the new Wiimote Plus thing that is hanging off the back of the Switch, screen, or I don't need any of that. Just
yeah. This is one of those things that I mentioned to Brad and Hydros like I think a couple of years ago. Yeah, because everybody's been clamoring for a new Switch for years now. And I said I don't think they have any reason to really change fundamentally the design. Like I think they have reached the apex of their design with the Switch, and they could comfortably coast on this design with refinements for probably 15 years. And I know that sounds crazy. Like, what do you mean? Like, I don't mean that Switch 2 is going to last like 15 years. I mean, like, they do Switch 2, then they do Switch 3, and they do like Switch 4 over the next 15 years. And
if the technology continues to improve, especially in smaller form, yeah, they could. Because and we've talked about this beforehand. One thing that Nintendo has done that the others have not, even though I know Nintendo is always in their own little world and doing that stuff, is Nintendo has, I think fosters the correct word I'm looking for. They fostered an environment where they have trained they're younger developers who are going to be taking over for the Switch Pro, because most of the developers right now and people who are making their games for Nintendo, they're about to retire.
Yeah,
and
a lot of them.
A lot of them are about to retire, and so a few of the some of them will stay on to kind of the first couple years for Switch 2, but after that, they're going to retire, and it's going to be up to the new generation to continue to make these games, and they have trained them and brought them on and kept them there. And I think we'll be in a good spot where Nintendo will continue to make good games and everything like that. Now, maybe down the line in 15, 20 years, yeah, maybe they do reinvent the console if they need to. But I feel like the reinvention of the consoles that they've done in the past was to address / find ways to compete or not have to compete directly with PlayStation and Xbox, right? Nintendo was never the powerhouse console. So instead of trying to compete with the big PS3, Xbox 360, they went with they targeted the casual audience with the Wii. Sold gangbusters. They tried to do the power move kind of with the Wii U with a little bit of innovation, and it kind of flopped because they didn't have great games and everything like that, or they didn't have a ton of games, I should say.
No, they had great games. What they didn't have was the marketing and the differentiation. Like,
no, yeah,
so many people thought the Wii U was
Grandma-san went into Best Buy and was like, my grandson wants a Wii. And they're like, okay, here. So,
well, the thing, like, you gotta understand, so many people when they said Wii U and they saw it, they're like, oh, so it's just like a tablet add-on for the Wii.
Exactly, when it's not.
When it's not, it's a whole new thing, and that was not clear, which is why I think we haven't, why I think they're really being like, keeping their cards close to their chest, like with the name of the next one, because like, so people are going like, oh, it could be Switch Pro, it could be, it's like, okay, so the Switch Pro makes it sound like it's like a moderate little upgrade, not the next thing, right? Super Nintendo Switch, if you're an old school Nintendo fan, you'll understand that, and then that's the new console.
But the newer generations won't.
But the newer generation won't. But if you go Switch 2, it's just like PlayStation 2, right? It's worked
for PlayStation, yeah. PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, it's totally pragmatic. It's totally just like functional.
Yep.
Like naming, and hey, this is a different thing completely. This is number 2. Okay. And if they do that, which is why I think they're gonna call it Switch 2,
I think so too.
So. But yeah, let's hope they nail that. Like, if they can nail it all around, I don't think they're gonna have any problems. And I really do think that they're gonna, because one of the other theories is that these are finally entering production now, which is why these images are coming out.
Yep, exactly.
And if they are, and it's not releasing for 6 months, they should be able to build a lot.
Well, Nintendo's even come on record saying that they want to make sure they have enough to avoid the scalping, which theoretically awesome, but in reality, you're never 100% going to be able to avoid that. But the more that they have ready to go, they can at least alleviate that a little bit. So,
yeah.
I'm really hoping, because unfortunately I got to deal with the lottery system here in Japan when it comes to getting a Switch. Bobby here can just reserve one. But what I will probably do is scalpers, so yeah, what I will probably try to do is also reserve it on my US Amazon and just ship it to my parents' place, and I'll pick it up next year. So.
Yeah, if you absolutely need to,
Well, what I'm hoping for is that if they do release it in let's say April, May time, right? Because that would make the most sense, I think. If they do May, I'm home. I'm visiting the States in June. So if I'm able to time it right, I could it'd be like 2 weeks of waiting and then I get it.
Yeah, so, that'd be nice.
Like if it can work with my schedule, Nintendo, come on, work for me here. Nintendo Direct Store inbound. I mean, the Nintendo stores are here in Japan, and we still have to do that stupid lottery system half the time. So
yeah, I think they're doing one in Anaheim or something. They're doing someone. Oh no, they're doing one in San Francisco.
My wife and I are. We have to put it on one under. So we have to put one slot under my name, one slot under her name, and then we're going to put one slot under her nephew's name. So
boom.
And then if he gets it, we give him our Switch, and then we get the Switch Pro. So
there you go. That'll work.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for everyone who has stopped by this stream. It's been awesome chatting with you, Corey. Thank you so much for all the chatting and everything, man. Hope you enjoy the content. These will hopefully be up on the channel in the next couple of days. But going to TGS here in a couple of days, and I just need to rest a little bit because we've been streaming for 4.5 hours. My God.
Oh, but like the PS Direct online store, that would be nice.
I wish they had something like that. I really wish they did.
Do that and make it so you can only get one. Like that's I hope PlayStation does that. You can only ship to one address. Like to at least try and stop scalpers.
That would be really, 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 really nice. I would love that.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see though. But anyway, with that being said though, I'm gonna close the stream down here, guys. Thank you so much for dropping by Direct Gaming as always. And we hope you enjoy the content. If you enjoy what we see here, consider hitting that sub button and checking out our other videos. And until next time, everyone. I've been Talon with Direct Gaming, joined here by Little Bobby. And until next time, everyone, we'll see you all in the next one. Johnny.